Discovery, go at throttle up. Discovery, go at throttle up. Discovery, go at throttle up. Discovery, go at throttle up.
In southern Ontario's night, a Canuck with dreams as fast as cosmic light. Tom the Astro Canuck, with telescope in hand, shares the universe like grains of celestial sand. Astro Canuck, streaming images divine, painting spacing hues of galactic design. From backyard views to nebulae far, he brings the cosmos to wherever you are. With each click and whir, his lens captures the sky, revealing wonders that make our spirits fly. A blend of art and science in every frame. Tom crafts a tapestry with stardust to proclaim. Astro Canuck, streaming images divine, painting spacing hues of galactic design. From backyard views to nebulae far, he brings the cosmos to wherever you are. As clouds roll in and darkness takes its stand, Tom's voice still echoes across the cosmic span.
I'm looking at Jupiter right now.
Guiding us through the mysteries with wisdom to impart. In his hands the universe becomes a work of art. Astro Canuck, streaming images divine, painting spacing hues of galactic design. From backyard views to nebulae far, he brings the cosmos to wherever you are. So here's to time, I can knock among the stars, bringing galaxies close no matter where we are. With each shared moment, the universe expands, thanks to the Astro-Canucks little hands.
Guess who didn't wear green? Guess who forgot what day it is?
Discovery,
Hi. Quick, go change. Here. Here's a green brick. There we go. And if I got another one. And if I had a turd, then we would have tree. Where's the pinch redeem? Oh, dang. That tape it to your forehead. Don't your eyes count as a green item? Maybe. Maybe. Good evening. Good evening. Look, it's Jupiter. How are we doing? Good evening. Karen Day in with the early drops. The bot thwarting her every drop the whole way through. How are we doing? Azure Dragon, wonderful to have you joining in. Soft Love, hello. Captain Pensive, good Monday evening to you. S-Man, Dr. Hubs, good to see you. Nathan, how are we, sir? Fall Machine, welcome in. Karen Day with the Gigantified Leprechaun and Shamrock. Thank you very much. Danish Viking, how are we doing? Happy St. Patrick's Day, Leia. Tenacious Liege, welcome in, welcome in.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
There's almost a pie landing. Do you get a cookie? Why not? Let's get cookies. Cookies for all. There's 500 cookies. All are doing well today.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Jupiter. Yeah, we got Jupiter. We got Jupiter and the Galilean moons. Look at that. Lucky Styles, how are we doing, brother? Drop game allows you only one, maybe 2 drops a year. Just keep things interesting. Quick Nails, how are we? You got a small amount of green in your sweater you're wearing, and the Green Bay Packers hat that you have on is more green than gold. Nice. Nicely done. Welcome in. Welcome in. Okay. Quick little thing. The latest message that the bot just put out, saying that you get a $15 credit if you sign up to a Fourth Wall account, and I don't know if you link or make a sale. I can't remember what the deal is. Anyway, it's up to $20 now. Fourth Wall sent me a message and said, congratulations, you are upgraded to this, that, and the other. And people using a referral link can get $20 to start off for their in-store credits for buying their merch items as samples. Ariana, how are we doing? Everyone enjoy the corned beef and cabbage holiday. Like I was saying at the top of the stream. At the top of the stream. I didn't remember what day it was. So no, there was.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
It was teriyaki chicken. CMA, how are we doing? What if you don't wear green on purpose? That's it. Well then you're looking for a pension. Kwin, how are we? The only green you have is the broccoli in your teeth. IndieFit, good day. Question for you, Ed Chat, since you guys are space oriented. What is the best or most accurate fun solar system out of Lego you've built or seen built? Ooh, there have been, okay, a lot of people have tried for a very detailed solar system to make as big of an orrery as possible. And it can start to get very clunky. There are a few items off the top of my head. I don't know where the link is, but I've seen them proposed for the Lego ideas. They look really good, but I would say for right now, the best one we got is is just hiding behind me over here. The sun and earth and moon. Indifig, good to see you. Where's the pinch for not wearing green redeem? If I even remembered. I guess you're deciding yourself use Lego to spread out the distance between the planets related to size of the room we were in. Oh, awesome. Another, I have a visual aid here, and I haven't assembled it yet. The whole idea would be I would have I have an 8-inch diameter globe for the Earth, and I have a 2-inch diameter cue ball, which would represent the moon. So 8 inches in diameter, 8,000 miles in diameter, 2 inches in diameter, 2,000 miles in diameter for the moon. And I can get the distance of what the accurate distance between Earth and moon. I just need to get more stuff set up. How many subs to dye your beard green? How many subs to dye the beard green? A single 100 palm. Okay, I wouldn't go that much. I think I do. No, I do have green hair dye. I do indeed have green hair dye. Now the thing is, it's not like we. It's not. I'd have to like wash it out and everything too. That's a little bit of a conundrum. I'm not about to get a shower midstream. By the brick book, how are we doing? Good to see you. Planet Earth and Moon in orbit, item number 42179. And we've given away those before as well. Spectre Noir, good to see you. Del Nero, welcome in. It's a tale for another time. Why you have that? Wait, why do I have what? The Earth and the moon? The 8-inch globe and the 2-inch cue ball? I can tell you. Del Nero, top of the evening. Aster Canuck. Oh, the green hair dye. Oh, the green hair dye was when we were doing the Movember charity stream last year. And there was the Ariana, thank you very much for the gigantified cow abduction. There was the choice, chat's choice of what we were going to dye my beard color for the remainder of the month. For an entire month, and then my brother for the remainder of November. So we had a few colors to hand, and because I haven't used them, still have them. It's one of the cases where if you don't use it, it just stays sitting in your medicine cabinet. I'm excited for you to build a bunny because it's a bunny set or a seal or whatever the third one was. You mean something that's like the holy potatoes. Actual education. Raiders, welcome in. Welcome in. Let's go. How are we all doing? Rounded triangle on a 3-stream streak as well. Let's go. Welcome in. Welcome in. How was the stream today? What were we all up to? Thank you so much for joining in. Definitive Lantern. What? No, that's yeah. Anyway, King Dixon, how are we doing? Rounded, wonderful to have you joining in. Good day, good day, good day. Tenacious Liege, say a happy St. Patrick's. So yes, if we do get the Creator 3-in-1 Lego set, we already have our build ready to go. So there we are. You can build the bunny, the seal, the llama? No, we're building a face hugger. We'll build a face hugger. Yes, and yes, and yes, and yes, and yes, and yes, yes. Gaming Mum, how are we doing today? Why? Por qué? Because we 3D printed a face hugger. Pastor, the other day, decision made on NEF. We may be leaning towards not this year. You shouldn't have said that to you. Well, to be fair, I also did post it in Lego about an hour before yours. Why not with the tier 1 for the 30 months? Let's go. Raiders, thank you very much for joining in today. And all the lights are they're just bored at the moment. That's fine. This is totally fine. That's all good. Seem to be having like connection issues today. So it wasn't your fault, but your protest just makes it that much more of a here's what we're gonna do. Oh my gosh. Karen Day, holy freaking potatoes. With the tier 3 for these 3 months. These 3 months in advance. Back up. How are we doing? Thank you all very, very much for joining in today. For those that are new to the channel, my name is Tom. I am the Astro Canuck. It's my pleasure to share my love of astronomy, astrophotography, and space exploration. We are doing some live astrophotography. We are going to be looking at Jupiter while we're kind of waiting for the sun to go down. And that is a single image. There is Jupiter at its brightest, and we have the 4 Galilean moons reflecting light as well. And we will take a closer look at that in just a few. We can do another 5-second exposure, see if we migrated anywhere, but there's our entire field of view. Isolated, looks at the calendar. Tom on a Monday. That means Tom has some clear skies here. Thank you all very much for joining in. There we go. There's a little more of a subdued view of Jupiter. But that is what we have on tap for this evening.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Studs on. Why not? Let me know if you want to do a sushi stud, a gold stud, or our studs 1 through 11. Thank you so much. Karen Day with the tier 3 for the 3 months in advance. Well, and that's for the 26 months as a gold cone and the tier 3 stud, or
Go and throttle up.
many studs if you're choosing. Sushi, gold, 1 through 11. Why not going for the sushi? Thank you so much. We'll talk about this in a moment as well. Catch up with yesterday's build. Trix, how are we doing today? Thank you all very much for joining in. And where are the gold cone? Let's get why not on here. It's easier to write that down. Thank you very, very much for why not for the 30 months.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Wacky waving inflatable arm flailing tube man. Wacky waving inflatable arm flailing tube man. Wacky waving inflatable arm flailing tube man.
Studs off.
This is Apollo 7.
Gold cone and number 3. Holy potatoes. Karen going for the number 3. The green stud. Let's go. Ariana with the 111 wacky waving inflatable arm flailing biddies. That is actually a really nice combo.
Haven't been busy with procedures with the spacecraft test conductor.
Like green and gold.
Have been, performing
Golly, that works out really well.
beacons in the instrument unit, which is used as the guidance system.
Thank you very, very much. Thank you very much for all the support today. Glad to have you all joining in on this wonderful Monday. We got clear skies tonight. Some forecasters say we might lose clear skies at 11 o'clock. Some say all night long. We'll see what we can get. Gold and green today, the lucky charm. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate you all joining in this evening. This Monday evening. We got some live astrophotography to do today. But in the meantime, before we get back to that, you got some hype emotes? Bring in all the hype emotes. There's 100 points for all.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
But thank you all very much for joining in today. Simplex Pachinko, how are we doing? Get your drops in as well. Exclamation point drop. Will we see some gifted subs going out this evening? We are over halfway filled on our stud Tato. So if you have received any gifted subs, you can claim for this month. If you have received one recently, you can claim your stud. If you have a resub to claim, if you have a prime sub to use, you can utilize you can get your stud, your name on a Lego stud, and then eventually on our Lego world map. Your rocket has finally landed on the planet. Sir Fabulous Petey, how are we doing today? And we're talking about rockets as well, because we might be starting earlier tomorrow again for astronomical space exploration reasons. Alex, happy St. Patrick's Day to you. And you. Not you, though. Christy S., welcome in. No, specifically you. Leia, specifically Leia. Thank you very much for joining in. We got clear skies tonight. I'm looking at Jupiter right now. And I'm I did something with the telescope shortly before we started, and I don't know how it's going to turn out. So we'll see. As soon as it gets dark enough, we're just kind of in the point of civil dark and approaching nautical dark, and then astronomical dark begins at some point. I haven't checked what time that's going to be. It's at some hour. But I'm glad to be able to join in this evening and spend some time with you tonight. So, one forecast says that we lose the skies at about 10 o'clock. Astronomical dark begins at 9:05. We have just entered nautical dark. So, we can do a little bit of bright object hunting, especially with Jupiter right now. And Jupiter should be... it's just hiding. It is just kind of hiding. See if we can bring that into...
Pushing the vehicle upward. A vehicle that weighs close to 6.5 million pounds. 1 hour, 14 minutes, 30 seconds, and counting.
There's a Jupiter at the moment in our field of view. It's going to get closer. There we go. All right, 25 seconds remaining on level 2 hype train. You got some hype emotes, bring them in. Gundam, how are we doing? Crazy Cow, what do you mean there's different types of darkness? There's different types of darkness. Let's go. Peas and S-Man.
Water, 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 this, the water, 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 water.
Oh my goodness, S-Man with the 1500 screaming potato biddies. Oh my gosh. Crochet, how are we doing? Good Lord. G-Monkey prefers the dark chocolate. To each their own. Oh my goodness. Yeah, forget astronomical dark, forget nautical dark. G Monkey wants the dark chocolate. Binda, what'd you just come into? Phrasing. Binda, how are we doing tonight, sir? How did that get your Monday stress out? I was, for the most part, I'm good. We're not too bad this Monday. Overall, we're all right. It's beautiful, wiping tears of happiness from your eyes. There's the music back. Oh my goodness. Best man with the 1500. Screaming potato biddies at the buzzer. I was typing it as he said it. Oh, thank y'all very much for joining and bringing all the hype. Let's bring the. There you go. There's Jupiter right now, and we're gonna bring the gain way the heck down. We can start to see some detail on the planet.
Go and throttle up.
And is this this is first time in a while we get color. We get a color image of Jupiter. See astronomy. Charles. There we go. There is a color image of Jupiter. And just gotta do one more thing. Back over here. Weird little trick we gotta do. Make sure we don't lose our. There we go. I don't think you see the great red spot. Must not be in view. It doesn't look like we have the great red spot in view at the moment. Nice to see some Astro tonight. Well, glad to see you as well. Thank you so much for joining in. We got clear skies this evening. Happy to be here. To have Girl Scout cookies or not to have Girl Scout cookies, that is the question. Which flavors do you have? That may influence. Because that one hatch is open, you don't know if we can make 9 boxes last for more than a week. Raggy. They're so good. Medieval Dead, welcome in. Good evening. There's also 200 points for finishing off level 2 as well as level 1. You got some more hype emotes. Load them up. Bring them in. We got 50 seconds remaining in our level 3 hype train. Thank you so much for bringing in all the hype. I trade you all the chocolate biscuits for your vanilla. The best I would go is I would give you 30% of my chocolate for 50% of your vanilla. Kinamara, welcome in. Let's go. Exclamation hype, exclamation sub hype. Thank you all very much. Done. Let's go. Let's go. Thank you all very much. Bringing all the hype. We got some live astrophotography happening this evening. And I'll see if my little experiment works tonight. So. Bye, Jupiter. My goodness. Ariana with the 111 wacky waving inflatable arm flailing biddies for the wacky waving inflatable arm flailing hype train, and S-Man with the 1500 screaming potato bits. What's this do? It causes so much screaming. Tax do, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. Medieval Dead, thank you so much. Thank you very much for the on-screen celebration. Greatly appreciated. All the hype, all that hype. Thank you so much.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Bear, how are we today? Keep your drops going. Those are on all stream long. All right, Karen Day. and why not? Because with the
Discovery, go and throttle
with
up.
the resubs, Karen going with the themed tier 3 stud and cone today. Thank you so much. Tax due, that's a scary thing. Yeah, this time of year. Oh boy. Tax, how are we? Oh my gosh, thank you all very, very much for
Go and throttle up.
coming on in this evening. It is clear skies here in Southern Ontario, and we're taking a live look at Jupiter right now. This is about as close as we can get. The telescope we are using is a very wide field of view, so even our largest planet in the solar system still appears like a smaller little blip on the screen. Kuyasai, how are we doing, brother? Good to see you. Shoutouts for Kuyasai. If you haven't been following, streaming the other night and got to hang out with Kuyasai for a while, and just always a wonderful, chilled place to hang out in. Beautiful singing voice and incredible talent. Be sure to see him go live. Drop that follow and go hang out with Kuyasai. I got Caramel Delights, which autocorrect humorously assumed you meant deletes. Adventurefuls. What's an adventureful? Toastiers. What? Thin mints. Okay, I know thin mints. Peanut butter patties. Yes. Peanut butter sandwiches. Hell yeah. And trefoils. I know peanut butter and thin mints. My goodness. Did you hear about Saturn's moons that were discovered? Yes, there is, bringing the over 200 moons for Saturn. Very welcome, dude. Very, very happy to be able to raid in whenever we get the opportunity. I made the name when it was one of your alts in World of Warcraft as a joke working at the IRS. Golly, that's you never anticipate there's going to be a really scary name that shows up on stream. Sometimes we get like troll names, but it's just terrifying. Peanut butter patties are undefeated. I have never had a peanut butter patty. Over 274 moons. Wow. Ate the last cookies here yesterday. G Monkey landed for 49.43 in looking for the birthday sub. G Monkey is hunting for it. Jupiter, Mars, Saturn are your favorite. Sorted, Democles. Sorted, how are we doing? So this is our live look at Jupiter right now. Our telescope that we are using is the 8-inch diameter RASA, and the version of this telescope is it's meant for wide field, high speed imaging. It has a very very high focal ratio, very low focal ratio, f2.0, if that's going to make some sense. Not yet, maybe, perhaps. Adventurefuls are brownie-inspired cookies with caramel-flavored cream and a hint of sea salt. Oh my god. Toastiers are French toast-inspired cookies dipped in icing. And you forgot to mention lemonades. Oh, boy. You sound good.
Discovery, go and
So this is our telescope that we're using to capture images of outer space tonight. And like I said, it's more suited for a wide field of view and even dim targets. Jupiter, very tiny on in the sensor compared to what we usually can get, but yeah, we're doing what we can. Share live images of outer space with you. That's our live shot of Jupiter right now, and if we kind of crank things up a little bit, we can increase the exposure. We can start to see some of the moons of Jupiter. There we go. We got at least 3 in this field of view. American Chris Hansen, we're doing good. Good to see you as well. All right, put cookies back in their hiding spot. Then you can hear them calling. Peanut butter patties are your favorites. My favorite planet is Uranus. We've looked at Uranus before, isolated, and it is breathtaking. Bear lore, you got a spotting scope for birding last summer, and the one night you took it out, you saw Saturn, and it rekindled your interest in astronomy. You know, sometimes that's all it takes, just a view of the planets. It is in fact quite gassy. Very, very cold. What? How did I not know this? Hopefully it was the good side.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Tech, how are we doing? You heard Crew 9 is coming back tomorrow. Indeed. So here's the scoop. We're gonna stick on Jupiter just for a little bit. But in terms of space exploration, we're talking about this. We watched Crew 10 take off from Kennedy Space Center to go to the International Space Station. And they arrived. We saw them dock to the ISS. We saw the crew join in with the current crew on the International Space Station. And they are the replacement for Crew 9, which consists of Barry Wilmore and Sunita Williams, of the two astronauts that flew up a number of months ago for the Boeing Starliner mission and had to remain on the International Space Station for an extended period of time before they're able to return safely. So that being said, late tonight, early Tuesday morning, 1:05 a.m. is the undocking procedure from the International Space Station. Following that, tomorrow for 5:57 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, we are anticipating the return of Nick Hague, Barry Wilmore, Sunita Williams, and Russian cosmonaut Alexander Gorbanov for Crew 9 to make a splashdown in the Gulf of Mexico. So we'll probably tune into that. So it could be a bit of an early stream start tomorrow, which means we'll probably end a little earlier Tuesday night than usual because we're going to start much earlier than usual. So I would say we'll probably start a stream. I will try to get on it by 5:30, if not as soon as possible, really, so we can be tuning in for Splashdown to finally see the mission come to a close for Wilmore and Williams. Do we know which moons those are for Jupiter? Yes, I can look them
Go
up.
and throttle up.
Gigantor, how are we doing? Of course, that's his name. Question, do we know how long a stranded crew could survive up there? Imagine they have plenty of food and such, well, just in case. So in terms of being stranded, that would mean that there is no other mission that could return to the ISS in a certain window. At this point, they were not ever stranded. Those headlines would come out very often, and yeah, Williams and Wilmore being stranded was never the case. They had to have their mission extended due to circumstances of the Starliner not being proven to be safe and reliable to bring them back to Earth. So they had to wait until a mission was ready to bring them back. But there was still plenty of work for them to do. They even got to do some spacewalks for some work. Like, this is their job. Like, that's what they were trained to prepare for if need be. As far as how much time you would have, I don't know offhand how much. So it would depend on like when was the most recent resupply mission. So. Classic Boeing. Then being stranded was pretty much clickbait. Yep. At least Starliner's doors didn't blow out. Front didn't fall off either.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Darth Gallum, how are we doing? Welcome in, welcome in. Hello there. So, we'll see how we'll see how things go tonight, because we're doing some live astrophotography this evening. The undocking is scheduled for 1:05 a.m. That is as long as all checks are good to go, that they're good to egress from ISS. Then we'll tune into that. If not, I'll see if we can send you over to somebody who will be covering the undocking. So that's 1 a.m. So it is currently 8:52 p.m. So we are, what, 4 hours from now? The skies are what's going to dictate a lot of things tonight, but appreciate y'all joining in. We're doing some live astrophotography from my backyard here in Southern Ontario, Canada. Del Nero getting close to the 69s. However, we do not have any Reaper Peppers available. So, what moons are we looking at right now? Let me bring up our other planetarium program.
Discovery.
I can show you which ones we're looking at. Bubba Zelly, good evening, Mum. How are we doing? And yes, Bubba Zelny is my mother. Not just a member of the community I casually call Mum. All right, let's go over here. And if we head over to Jupiter, the moons we are seeing, we have, just down here, we have Ganymede, Europa, and Io. Of these three moons that we're seeing right now. Callisto is off doing its own thing. I imagine as long as the supply mission could go up, they could stay until the lifetime of them, or the space station is up. And also as long as the other thing that can come into play is the International Space Station is always on a decaying orbit that needs to be periodically boosted back up so that it's not in danger of the atmospheric drag to slow it down to the point where at this point it's moving fast enough that as it's falling, it's constantly missing the Earth. Versus if it slows down enough, it's going to keep falling, but it'll start falling and hit the Earth. We don't
By
we
the
don't want
power of Grayskull, I have the mustache.
How come the stars are aligned? So we're looking at Jupiter and its moons. So we don't have stars in this case. We have Jupiter and 3 of the Galilean moons. And that is Ganymede, Europa, and Io. I wonder how their sleep schedules are. Do they try and stick to the normal schedule based on whatever time they were in on Earth, or is it all willy-nilly? They usually stick to Greenwich Mean Time. So that's what they orbit. They orbit the Earth every 90 minutes, so it is constantly light and dark. Their sleep schedule is going to be based off of mission control. Why are some of those are those moons? Yeah, those are the moons. And why are some of them so far away from Jupiter? So their orbits they're orbiting at different distances, and it can be a little tricky because depending on which orbit you have, they're going to appear in a different order. Io is one of the closer moons, and actually I'm kind of impressed we got like color on these kind of coming through. But Io is the most volcanically active area in the solar system, and that's because the tidal forces from Jupiter and Europa are constantly stretching and squeezing. So there's always that activity at the center of Io. We don't want that until the appointed time that we do. For the International Space Station coming back to Earth, yes. Medieval Dead can't see anything tonight, and you're in a big snow warning in Utah. Holy potatoes. Oh my gosh, I'm sorry, I've fallen behind on chat. Jupiter and at least 3 of the 4 moons that we can see. Jupiter does have a much larger collection of moons, but they're going to be small enough that basically, oh my gosh, basically we need other telescopes to be able to see the moons. Space Hobo! Space Hobo just blew up Jupiter. This is fine. That's all good. When was Jupiter discovered? Offhand, Galilei was credited for discovering the moons of Jupiter. Kit Kat.
You want to buy a telescope?
Living Garden Adventures. Visibility is fantastic, except the massive train of Starlinks passing through south of Jupiter through Orion is a distraction. It can be an area of high traffic, unfortunately. How are we doing today? All right, I'll catch up. Methane volcanoes, like magma, like subsurface pressures and temperatures like we have on Earth, but not through tectonic motions, but just through the actual physical compression and expansion of the moon itself as it moves between Jupiter and Europa. Space Hobo with the tier 3. With the tier 3 resub, and Kit Kat with 17 months. Studs on. There we go. Kit, let me know if you want to do a gold stud or 1 through 11. Space Hobo, that is 24 months. This is the first time you can choose a sushi stud. Space Hobo, let me know if you want to do the tier 3 stud or your very first sushi stud. Known since antiquity, Greeks and Arabs knew the sky well. They did. That's where a lot of some of the star names will come from as well. If you kind of see Algol, Altair, every other name that's just like Betelgeuse had another one, Bet Al-Guz in Arabic. You basically that's where a lot of those names will stem from. You read that Jupiter is a failed star. Is that correct? It not massive enough. It has to be. I forgot what the numbers are. It has to be much more massive to be at least considered a failed star. Cool. How are we doing? Where's the telescope mounted? In my backyard. So this is our view here. Outdoor cam. Outdoor cam. There we go. Studs. Wait, did we have both? Did both pick? I did hear one. Algol, Altair, Altoids. Space Hobo will go for number 3. Can do. And Kit Kat. Kit Kat going for number 3 as well. I can appreciate that. Alan Attack. Oh my gosh. Alan Attack, Alan Mintaka. Yeah. For the 3 stars of Orion. Massive failure. Gotcha. 1610 was the first detailed look of Jupiter. The moons can influence each other as well as the host of the satellite. No, it makes sense. Yeah, they can. Their orbits are close enough that they can impact each other. Not physically, but gravitationally. I don't listen to Jupiter is full of hot air. Studs off. All right, Kit Kat with the stud number 3. Space Hobo with the tier 3 for the 24 months. Also, Space Hobo, dude. First of all, thank you so much for the tier 3 support. The 24 months. Kit Kat with the 17 months. Thank you so much. To the moon. I could probably moon y'all later. We'll see. See how the weather's going to hold up today. All right, Kit Kat, let's get yours sorted out here. Thank you so much.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
And Space Hobo, the 2 years and a tier 3 here is the gold cone now. You know, for the tier 3, you get a golden cone. And again, that green and gold combo is fantastic.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Kit Kat, Space Hobo. Look at that. Karen Day and Space Hobo. Beautiful matching tier 3 markers. Thank you both very much. Thank you all very much for the support. Outdoor. Scruffy, how are we doing? Psych Mike, good to see ya. Got your telescope up for the first time in about 8 months. Oh my gosh, had surprise clouds the first hour, but now you're clear. Captured the monkey head nebula. Awesome. I think we might be able to look at the monkey head nebula as well. Share some photons. American Chris Hansen had Marie Callender beef pot roast for dinner and tried eating it with chopsticks. Didn't work. Had to eat it with a fork. Sometimes it's easy to abandon the chopsticks, but it was delicious. Stay Soul will be in a copycat. I mean, it's just being a trendsetter. JC, thank you very much for the follow. How are we doing? Welcome in.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
All right, so we can readjust the gain on here. We drop that down so we can see the banding on Jupiter. Reduce our exposure as well. It's so freaking bright. Excuse me. I'll catch up in a moment. DeRozan, welcome in. There, that's about as close as we can get to Jupiter right now, because the telescope we have is more suited for a wide field of view. The planets, as large as Jupiter is, it's going to appear very, very small in our camera sensor and the overall field of view that we have. Monkey takes no responsibility on what happens in his head, let alone the Monkey Head Nebula. We won't blame you this time. So where we're at right now, we're talking about different levels of darkness. There is civil dark, nautical dark, and astronomical dark. Civil dark is that point in time where you're going to see like street lights starting to come on, and it's where it's starting to be significantly darker than it was in the early evening. Nautical dark is when you can start to navigate by the stars. So for the nautical terms, for ships to navigate, that's when it's going to be dark enough to find your way with the stars. Astronomical dark is just when the sun is no longer impacting the night sky, and you can do astro imaging, you can do observing without any extra light kind of washing across the sky. Without Jupiter, our planets wouldn't be here. It's like a vacuum cleaner for asteroids. Yeah, it's like our big, burly big brother that helps usher around a great deal of the asteroids. But if anything, if any collisions may happen within the asteroid belt by chance, that could send asteroids careening in different ways, and sometimes toward us. Most recently for asteroid 2024 YR4, which was thought to be heading toward Earth and impacting in 2032, has now been calculated to not be impacting Earth. Last I heard, still has a potential of hitting the moon, but I'm not quite sure. X-Wing Katana. Thank you very much for the follow. Drop game. Oh, already dropped. I hit the button. I just hit the button. All right, let's, we are at, like I said, right now we're in nautical dark. Astronomical dark begins in 23 minutes, sorry. 9:30, no, sorry. Forget that. Astronomical dark began 2 minutes ago. What is my favorite planet? Saturn is really beautiful. Saturn is awesome. But I gotta go with Jupiter. It was one of those planets that the first time I kind of just happened to see the banding in Jupiter, and it was just like by chance I was able to get in my field of view. And it was really before I even started doing astronomy on Twitch. It was just like the beginning of doing astrophotography. I picked the gassy one. Yep. Indeed. Krillin on a 10 stream streak. Jupiter. It's smooth like Jupiter. 2 minutes after warning. That one points randomly. Sir, that's your neighbor's house and it's exploding. Okay. Psych Mike, I haven't done any photo editing in 8 months either. Super rusty with PixInsight. Oh man, that's like starting over. When I first started learning PixInsight, I kind of got to the point where I was comfortable with a workflow, and then I didn't look at PixInsight for about 20 minutes, and I forgot everything about it. And it's been so long since I've been removed from PixInsight. It's finding the time to get into the right into the meat and potatoes of PixInsight, because it's a purpose-driven software for astronomy, but it's in no way intuitive unless they've changed something. But you kind of create your own workflows with PixInsight, and there's no real perfect workflow. It's gonna be like whatever has worked for you with your images. And yeah, we still kind of go with Deep Sky Stacker and fudge around with Photoshop because it's just unfamiliar with those programs. And futzing about on stream is not what I want to do for certain things. Like if I have a good grasp of like PixInsight and we kind of go through some things, then be a little more comfortable doing that. But it's been so long. Alex prepping the death ray. I can't believe it's not Jupiter.
Discovery. Going throttle up.
Leia, not sure which one is your favorite. I can tell you what I can pick out of the crowd in a moment, at least where people stand on the non-existent, isn't really a planet, Pluto not being a planet. It's not my favorite, but it is the most fascinating. I will say actually Pluto is the most fascinating because in less than 100 years, I'll give this to Pluto. In less than 100 years, we went from the discovery to actually flying by Pluto. Less than 100 years of human innovation and exploration of the solar system. And that's pretty damn awesome. They changed stuff on you. Your complex also added LEDs. No, not LEDs. LEDs are the worst. Now you gotta get a monochrome camera, do narrowband imaging. 3 nanometers, no more. Two Jukes, welcome in. And Pluto still hasn't circled the sun yet either. No. Eric Games, good evening. Sometimes I will. If we're using our black and white camera, and we can gather a quick little bit of data, we have done that. I've done a quick stack,
By the power of
and
Grayskull,
we've taken
I have the mustache.
taken it into Photoshop really quick and shown it what a black and white image can, when it becomes a color image, how it looks. Pluto is the honey badger. Pluto, the honey badger of our solar system. Pele Moonflower. Moonflower, how are we doing? Thank you very much for the follow. Okay, let us take a look at somewhere, and we're gonna see if this experiment has worked. All right, let's pick a target.
Water. This the water.
All right. We're gonna try out this. Try this with. Actually, can we get away with this one? Brian Biskey, how are we doing? That's not the moon. Guessing Jupiter. Indeed.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Indeed. How are we doing tonight? Gundam Seed, welcome in. Welcome in. Hydrate. Let's do that. Way behind on like everything. Do you want to do the rosette or maybe we do? No, you know, let's go with something that we can see and would be a good test of what I've done. Let's take a look at go to the Orion Nebula. Tokyo Otaku. Hi there. Hello. It's me.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
It's you. You can't be a dwarf planet without the word planet. Just saying. We can just call it a Plutino. Remove the word planet altogether. Drop game. Death Ray 226. Death Ray, how are we doing? We need you sometimes to blast some clouds out of the way. Okay, what's happening? Are you why are you preparing? You're always preparing. What's happening here? Neil hates Pluto so much. Okay. The experiment hasn't begun. Wait, when your weapons gain sentience? I mean, it was only a matter of time, right, Alex? So there is there's 5 seconds to get the Orion Nebula in color. So I'm gonna take another 5-second photo. Let's take a look at this little line here. It's going to move off the screen or just a little bit. Little line right here. We got something moving. We got something moving here. Maybe a little satellite, although our focal length. Save these. In all likeliness, we probably just have a satellite, but still. It's kind of fun to see these.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Another 5-second. 5-second picture should be somewhere around here. Magister, welcome in. The images are huge now, so they do take, okay, get down here. They do take a little while to load. It's long and skinny Oumuamua is coming back for a second visit. I'm gonna figure out a sec, because if we did like a, let's do,
Discovery, go and throttle up.
let's go 10 seconds. And we should have a much longer streak. Ree, how we doing? It's Jeb. Brian, do you have, yeah, it's a remote control telescope in my backyard. So, slightly remote. But we're still connected through my... All right, let's get 2 satellites for one shot. So that one may not even been showing up in our 5-second image. I missed that one. Sorry. Right in your ear. My apologies. Writing some D&D spells. Nice. Oh my goodness. Raiders. Bobby O'Bricks O'Brien, oh baby. Raiders, welcome in. And Home Bricko coming in with the raid. The Patriot, how are we doing? 55. Lizzie, welcome.
Go and throttle
Hate it. So much.
Go and throttle up.
Mr. Zach M. Rutledge, how are we doing today? Sneakwin, welcome in. Welcome. I'm here to gaze into your eyes. These eyes. These eyes. Thank you all very, very much for joining in. Coming in with Bricks O'Brien. How was the remainder of the stream? Brian was working on the Italian Ghost Hunter build from Bricker Builds. So you may know him by his alternate name, Luigi. If you want to go check out a massive child-sized build of
Go and throttle up.
a Nintendo icon, and go and check out Mr. Bricks O'Brien. Technically, you're here, but you got to be careful to not cause a paradox. It's all good. Roy, welcome in. Hello. We're doing some live astrophotography tonight. Suffocat, Cephi. Is that Cephi, like a Cepheid variable? Loogie? But who's hawking Loogie? Electron launching from New Zealand in 12 minutes. Interesting. We're doing some live imaging right now. We're tracking a satellite. Is this little line over here showed up in an image. Took a second picture and it moved up a little bit. Did you tell the people about our karting? Well, I slightly messaged it in in our schedule on Discord. But now that you're here, Zach is here. We got a little bit of the gang joining in. Keffy Cat, thank you very much for joining in. Thank you. So we're doing some live imaging. This is from our telescope here in my backyard in Southern Ontario, Canada. This is our clear sky for tonight. And that is a telescope that we're using right now. 8 inches in diameter. Our camera sits up in the front. We have a big mirror in the back, and that all sends images from outer space into the front, reflecting off of the back into the camera, and there's our pictures. So, Bricks O'Brien, if you guys are not following Bricks O'Brien, the the top rated family friendly stream you're going to find here on Twitch, soon to be Hollywood O'Brien.
Go and throttle up.
You're missing out on some fun. You're missing out on some good fun. Thank you all very much for joining in. What we're looking forward to in we're 2 months to the day. Only karting page. Any OKs in chat? Ariakis, happy St. Patrick's Day to you. Thank you all very much for coming in. The 17th of May, I get to join in with Bricks O'Brien, Brickin' Together, Mr. Zach Rutledge, Brickin' Nick, and more. Good Lord, RC. We are going to be building the Mario Kart set on stream for the Kickstarter finale for the Pro Gamer's Guide to Defeat Trolls.
I see a little yellow and no other man's got a rush, going into the fun.
Roy, thank you very much for the 142 Bob Lovin' bits. Thank you. All the Brian related bits will be going toward bolstering our support for the Kickstarter Pro Gamer's Guide to Defeating Trolls program. And I already have like I said before, I have my support already picked out what I want to do, but if the community wants to help us push farther, harder, faster, stronger, expensiver, we're gonna do that. So exclamation PGG for the Pro Gamer's Guide. Yep. So we're doing this Saturday, May 17th, noon until who knows when. And yeah, it'll be awesome. It'll be a really, really fun time. Plus, we're all looking we grew up with the Mario games. It's part of our childhood. It's part of our upbringing. It's part of our video game heritage. What a cart-studded lineup, right? Did you use Find Starlink website? Don't know if its orbit is close to you though. Medieval Dead, I have not. Use that one. Hazards, welcome in. They'll be playing with their carts. Yep. Now this is also for my participation on this. It does kind of hinge on me actually finishing the Nintendo Entertainment System. So I have 2 months to finish this build. Also, for those that tuned in on Sunday at the very end of the stream, we had a little bit of an oopsie. You can see that as our latest short on YouTube. I finally figured out that I bent this pin, and thankfully one of my other sets in the backlog, the Plum Blossom, had the exact same part, and now everything works again. There's no break, anything else. I took this apart almost to the base. Like this was back in almost all the individual pieces. I got all fixed up, so we're ready to finish off the last bit that we didn't finish on Sunday. So, Patch Edwards, how are we doing? Happy St. Patty's Day to you as well. What you doing in your spare time is your business. So yeah. It tells you when Starlinks fly over your city and what directions to look and at which time. Excellent. Altahex, how are we doing? Good day. Bending the pen on stream. No, not my pen, my pin. Anyway, but the mechanism works nice and smooth again. So, Mr. Proctor on the 10 stream streak. Let's go. Oh yeah. I fixed Lego. Yep. Searching up dash cams. Any ideas on what are the good ones? Find one that has a forward facing and a rear facing. I would say, again, just make sure you cover both sides. I didn't think it was enough force to bend a pin. Lego must be slipping on QC. It was. What I ended up doing is I removed both the pins, and I looked at them, and it was such a small little bend in one of the pins, just enough that it wasn't allowing a smooth motion right here. So a Lego wizard. I don't know if I'm a Lego wizard, more of a Lego destruction crew. You're a wizard, Astro. All right, let's go back over to. Let's go back over to the Orion Nebula and check out. Well, let's see if my experiment does work. Take one more picture, see if we have any errant satellites passing through. Nice. I had a Papago Go safe, but looking to upgrade to a newer software. I definitely have the wizarding beard. Are we at wizard length right now?
Go and throttle up.
I'm not a wizard. It's exactly what a wizard would say. No, Ogsadon has a majestic beard as well, borderlining on the, if not already a wizard themselves. Og, how we doing, dude? Yep, wizard checks out. Sugar lips. All right, what I'm hoping I have done properly, I probably didn't, who knows, is I have taken flats and bias frames. What that means, what is the flat frame, is that you're aiming to shoot some images against a very flat field of evenly distributed light to help get rid of some of the dark banding and any little bits of dust that may appear in your images. And the other thing that need to be taken to complement the which the ASR wouldn't let me do without, is doing bias frames, which just means that you cover up the camera, take pictures at the highest speed possible, and that just registers where all the noise in the camera sits versus hot pixels that would develop with a long exposure. Totally different thing. So we're going to see if that might improve things. I don't know. We'll see. So we have our master flat and master bias added here. Now, usually you take dark frames, but let's start with this one and see what happens. So we're going to do. I'm going to go with I want to try 2 minutes. Try 2 minutes. It's going to be overkill for the Orion Nebula, but we're going to uncover a lot of detail. As long as we can start guiding, we're good. Long beard, check. Glasses, check. Stares at stars, check. Oh, it all points to it. I get it. Wizard checks out. Oh, you're very welcome. And then we have the great and powerful Z, which he shows up every now and then to really just to break Zach's toilet. That's pretty much his actual job over on Zach's stream. Doing all right. One more week to no weight bearing on your right leg, and then you're ready for it. Excellent. Excellent. How long has that recovery been for you? Master Blaster runs Bartertown. Sure words had never been typed out. I recognize all 4 of those words. Oh my God. Oh my God. Okay. Six weeks so far, likely be out of work for 3 to 4 more months, though. Holy potatoes. Well, hopefully all your convalescence goes according to schedule. and you're back to maximum og in no time. You're welcome. Also, guys, follow Ogden on more fantastic building here on Twitch, and a fabulous setup as well for. I really like the Concorde in the back. It's one of those sets that I feel it's going to be a build that it's going to pass me by. I want to build the Concorde. My connection to Concorde, which has like nothing to do with the stream overall, but it is something that was awesome because the Concorde would fly over my old house, and my dad would be excited to point it out to us. So that's my connection for getting the Concorde. Other than that, well, I mean, I guess you could say it could be aerospace and engineering, aviation. It could all tie in together. Abiding Ohm's Law, how are we doing? Okay, so what I'm hoping for, I don't know how it's going to look. It might even actually start off dark for the images to help get rid of this dark banding around here, so we can have a more flat image. But that also may take a few images to kind of weed out a little bit. I don't know how it's going to look. I'm preparing for I'm preparing for, I probably didn't do it right. So one time when on recess, you saw one take off from Pearson and fly past you. Nice. Bubba Zelly getting close.
I am inevitable.
I forgot those were still on. Red Dog, good day to you. How are we doing? I was going to say, how is your week going? I'm realizing now it's only Monday. Usually we're back on a Tuesday after a Sunday. I'm also prepared for like the colors. Oh golly, the colors gonna be weird, isn't it? That's actually, that's not bad. That's not too freaking bad. We got some satellites. I don't care at this point. That's not bad. I'm not watching the Electron launch. Totally off my radar at the moment. Well, there you go, kids. Take your calibration frames, and you can slightly start to improve your images. How is our guiding? Look at that mess. I'm going to exemplify the mess of satellites. That's what's also going to happen in these images. But that right there, this now, I'm saying this has been one of our best pictures in a while. It's better than not bad. I was expecting colors to be off. I didn't know what to. Gosh, I'm happy with that. That was a single 2 minute exposure with a color camera. How's the next one? So these are much larger images than. Okay, I noticed a little bit of a change. these are much like the files are much larger than what we had in the past, so it does take a little thinking. Little thinking icon takes a little longer to show up, but yeah, that's just looking so much better. Like we can. Okay, now this here, you see how we have a little bit of they're a little elongated over here, but we have nice round stars in the middle. This is from me not properly adjusting the tilt and maybe overcompensating early on. Sandhog, how are we doing? So yeah, there are programs that will actually help you with your tilt, and it kind of looks to me like I have evenly mucked things up. It's just a matter of taking a little bit of time to. That's not so bad on this corner. Take a little bit of time to make sure that we can get things in focus properly. But for the most part, I'm happy with how that's looking. Evenly mucking, exactly. So we do have some satellite streaks that have shown up. Now, some of them, depending on when we have satellites passing through, we will have brighter lines show up. Depending how long we image for, some of the first lines going through the image will begin to dissipate, because we're going to be building up the consistent signal and then randomizing a lot of the noise, which then these lines here start to become the noise. Like even this one is getting becoming more faint. Golly, that's looking good. I gotta tell you, this is like one of the first images I am really, really happy with from the Rasa. I was starting to, I knew what I was doing wrong is I didn't take the calibration frames for this one. There's so much light pollution, so much freaking light pollution that it can start to wash out the images. And if we're not taking our calibration frames, this is what we've been missing out on for the past few weeks. So, lesson learned, and example shown. Take your calibration frames, and you have less to do for post-processing. And even now, we can still adjust. We do a little bit of adjustment. If I back this off a little bit, it'll kind of not exemplify some of the noise that comes through. Too many notifications it is, but if you exist on Telegram, an excellent bot that announces rocket launches. I did have Telegram for a while. I have Telegram for a little bit, but when I had to reset things, I don't think it made it over in the port over here. So, all right, if you guys got any questions, by all means, please ask away. Astrophotography can be it can be new for a lot of people. The concept of it, of putting a camera to your telescope, for me, I really didn't think you could do this on the ground. It wasn't until I actually went to a star party and put my cell phone to an eyepiece and took a picture. I thought, this is pretty cool. And then realizing, here's what you can do by attaching specific cameras to telescopes and using different telescopes. A little more, too much. I have so many questions. Well, if I can answer them related to what we're doing here, if it's how to reupholster your tennis shoes, I can't help you with that. I would direct you to YouTube. But for the sake of what we're doing here, we will try to answer the questions as best as possible. And now that that got light very quick. We don't have any clouds, do we? Do we have clouds, or are we... No, maybe we're just kind of getting lower on the horizon. Scruffy, you got 3 monitors going at once, and the difference between them can... them all can be seen by this image. Interesting. I explain it real well. Thank you. I'll do what I can. I always want to be... I want to try to be as succinct of a communicator in here as possible. And again, not asking the question. It's fine if you're kind of reticent to ask a question, but if anybody tries to put anybody down for asking a certain question, they're out of here. You asking a question is way more important. We want to encourage the conversation. And if I don't know it, there's a lot of stuff I don't know about astronomy, about astro imaging. It's like to share the really cool images. The focal length of our telescope is... That's our mount. It's about 400 millimeters. It's about 400 millimeters. A very wide field of view. Compared to what we can get with our smaller refractor telescope that we usually use with our black and white camera, we basically just kind of get the Orion Nebula in our field of view.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Image does look great, by the way. The only critique would be the black is not black enough. Well, let's try that. Let's kind of have this meet in the middle where where everything kind of converges. TOS compatible. No, that's true, but you know. So yeah, focal length is 400 millimeters. Now I'm still dealing with a bit of a gradient, but again, we can still work on that. But it's a much even. Actually, I know exactly why. I'll tell you why I did that. I did a quick sky flat at dusk. That was about it. So that's just the gradient of the sky itself that did this. Instead of I gotta buy a white t-shirt. I'll tell you about the t-shirt method in a moment. Any filter suggestions for a one-shot color camera to deal with LED street lights? Are you Psych Mike, are you using anything right now? So you take a 5 or 10 second exposure how many times? So we are taking 2-minute exposures. The camera that we're using does have the guide camera built in. So with the Rasa telescope, everything has to be at the front of the scope so that we can see, so we get the faster optics. There's less elements that the light has to pass back and forth with to get to the camera. See if I can bring up a quick picture of the telescope. That's not the right screen. Where is show your images? I thought it was internet. So there's a quick shot of our entire of the scope.
Go and throttle up.
One looks great. The black is less washed out compared to others. So yeah, Psych Mike, what filter, if you're using any filter right now? If Tom don't know it, you're probably digging it up somewhere for him. Alex will be is the resident researcher on the stream. I appreciate the work that you're doing. Lord. Hi, how are we doing? 4 millimeters for is a short scope. Old Neener, how are we doing? So that's the rear profile of our telescope, and the way how our camera is situated. I'm pretty sure I put it in here. But again, if you got some images that you want to share, the show your images section is always a great place to drop them in. I'm just trying to remember which section I put the. Oh, you know what? Tell a lie. Put it in the wrong bloody section. There it is. There's the front of our. There's the objective of the telescope, and this is the camera and setup that we're using right now. So there's no. There is a place to use a guide camera, but I wasn't having a lot of success getting guide cameras hooked up to the scope, and I feel for this idea for using a camera that has a built-in guide camera within it, it kind of makes it a much compact setup. And now that we kind of got to this point, it's much better. So you can see right here, actually, this is a little bit of a tell. This should be flush. That little bit is actually causing some of our problems. And you can see that even here, this side sits up a little higher than down in that section. Oh, golly. All right. Sorry, we're falling behind on chat again. Outdoor cam. I know you do live stacking, but for offline processing, PixInsight would kill the gradient. Also, what I haven't... Gradient Exterminator is another program that yielded some good results. I'm going to back this up just a little bit. So, because this part isn't too bad, but this section over here gets a little too dark. All right, so okay, you're using the MC Duo as well. All right, cool. That's what we're using. We're using the ASI 2600 MC Duo. I would say, like a Optolong L Pro will cut out enough of the light pollution, but still let through enough light to kind of give you some natural star colors. If you just want like a broadband filter, we've been using the L Pro for a number of years now. Yeah, we're doing 2 minute long exposures on here. And oops, sorry, there's a lot happening tonight. I'm very, very happy to be imaging. So we'll catch up in almost there. We're almost caught up. We're good. Drop game. Hey, toss your clips photos in Discord as well. Redictator, what that do? Which part were you asking about there? Sorry if I was behind on chat. But you know what? I'm for a color camera, why I'm impressed with this camera and telescope setup is right here. It's this section in between Orion and the Running Man Nebula. RC Maniac, how are we doing? Good day. On the camera, the crooked thing. So, there is a rubber gasket that I installed improperly. And I have not removed the camera enough to fix that little gaffe of mine. I'm impressed with this section, the progress wheel. Yes, we love progress. Is because we don't usually get this. This is an area of some fainter nebulosity with some dark nebula mixed in. So the dark nebula being a dense region of gas and dust that can cause, these shadowed areas that will be dense enough that even the light that's being emitted isn't really piercing through. And this section here can be fairly dim. And the fact that we're starting to get that detail in a very light polluted region happy with that. So yeah, the crooked thing on the camera is I put the gasket in wrong. And every time, here's the other thing, is that we haven't had a lot of consistently clear nights. So I'm kind of using the setup as it's good enough, but I can still do some more work to make it even better. It just involves that when there's clear nights, I kind of feel bad for not always imaging. And although it's at the behest of actually doing some maintenance on the scopes as well. But at this point tonight, I wasn't ready to do some maintenance. I'm like, let's image. I wanted to try to do our proper, at least 2 out of the 3 proper calibration frames to help out our image and at least give a little more of an even gradient. Well, it got rid of the vignetting around the corners, but I introduced a new gradient because I didn't do a proper image at, well, not image editing, the preparation. For there's many ways you can do flats for your imaging. Internet. One of them is the t-shirt method, and it quite is you put a t-shirt in front of the telescope, pointed at an evenly lit area, like sometimes the dawn sky, or even like an LED frame will work, but I'll talk about LED frame in a second. You'd want to have it kind of stretched nice and tight across the objective to, again, have that even field, because if you're layering into the fabric, that's going to come into play as well. So this basic idea that you have a t-shirt in front, create a flat field of evenly distributed light, and then it helps get rid of any of the cornering. If you have a lot of dust, with our other telescope, we have a lot of dust in there. That's where those darker dots come from, because we do have some dust, and doing flats like this will help get rid of it. I do have something similar to this. A slow loading website. Even like a tracing frame, just something that has an evenly lit field of view. And that's where you can do other flats as well. I don't recommend doing that during a windy night, because then you risk having your flat panel fall off. But I have one that will work with our smaller scopes. I don't have a flat panel that would work with the 8-inch diameter. And that's going live for the undocking later. Yes. And depending on how the night goes, we will probably tune into that, because tomorrow evening, 5:57 is when they're scheduled for splashdown. I'm going to aim to start a stream tomorrow at 5:30, no later, so we can watch Bush and Sunny return. Tomorrow night is also potentially clear, but at that time, if we're starting early, we can finish off the Nintendo Entertainment System set, that the bag that we didn't finish on Sunday. There's a lot we can do in between. For your birthday several years ago, your husband bought you a basic telescope, took it outside your apartment, looked at Jupiter, and you remember bursting into tears upon realizing you could also see the Galilean moons. We first thought they were artifacts on the lens or the mirror. It was just one of the most beautiful, awe-inspiring things you'd ever seen. It can be an emotional thing. One of the earlier clips we have is us getting a really incredible view of the Orion Nebula, and it's become a familiar target for me. It's been one of the first targets I imaged when I got my first telescope, and I looked at this through the scope, and to kind of see that bright section, that bright core of the Orion Nebula, even with your own eyes, to see some nebulosity is breathtaking. And Saturn gets a great deal of response like that as well. well. It's just one of those things where you kind of you realize there's so much more than just us on this planet to be in wonder of. And when I can share this with you and we can have a successful imaging run, like the other side of things is that our camera is a much higher resolution. It's a much higher resolution than we had previously as well. That's the other bonus for what we're doing. The happy squeak of Tom's when he caught the shadow of Io on the surface of Jupiter is the moment you remember. We've had some squeeze. It's inspiring. And even now, even like this little bit here, all of this tenuous gas that we're seeing is also because of the filter we're using, the telescope that we're using to pick up some of the fainter details. Even through a lot of our light pollution, we're getting a freaking fantastic amount of detail here. We're getting like I don't know if we ever really caught a lot of this detail before. Hang on, I'm trying to find my words here. Yeah, we don't usually see this. I can't see a damn thing now. Ham with the 21 months. Good evening. Good evening. Oh my gosh. Okay. So there are some fainter areas of gas and dust that you're going to use your what's our luminance filter, what we're using right now. It is essentially letting through as much of the visible spectrum as possible. When we use a filter that is designed to look at the emission nebulae of what we're looking at with Orion, we will cut out a lot. Holy shnikes. We cut out a lot of this detail, but when you let as much of that signal through, holy crap. Ham, thank you so much. I'll get you. I'm Oh, it's awesome. Man, I am sorry we've been missing out on this for the past couple of months now since we got the new camera. Like I was just about to say, what we're looking at with the Orion Nebula is essentially a bowl, a bubble, and it's this region right here that is causing the mass majority of the shape. There are other stars within this stellar nursery that are still forming. We have images from JWST that we can see with that massive observatory, protoplanetary disks where the stars have formed. The remainder of the gas and dust is now surrounding the star, and that will start to form specific regions, kind of creating little pockets where the ultraviolet radiation is pushing away, is blowing away so much of the material that no longer wasn't accreted by the star. So it kind of clears out that neighborhood and continues the formation of potentially planets around the star. But to also see some depth, to get maybe a little bit of understanding of where some of these gases, this gas and dust, like how it's darker. Stupid face. Can we see? We'll let this one come through. Hold on. Yeah, again, these images are about 4 times as large as we had in the past. So it does come through a little. Oh shoot. No. Of all, actually, okay, the artistic side of things. Why didn't it reject that image? We're guiding again. All right, I'm gonna have to stop this because it's not gonna be. That's fine. That is. We have a little bit of artistic flair at the end of this image. Where you can see how we have the darker areas of the hydrogen gas, but then with this dust, with the flux nebula in front, you can see how it's lighter, and then it darkens again. There's that little bit of the change in contrast that we have. This the less concentrated gas and dust, the molecular dust clouds that aren't as thick. They're not blocking out any light. A lot of that light is passing through, but just enough that we know that sits in front. That it obscures a little bit of the light. Yeah, we can see something happened with the guiding. Is it loading another image? Did I touch something? Anyway, yeah, that's something happened there. We went off course for a minute. If I restack this image, I'd have to get rid of that previous frame. But no, we are stacking the images. Got a little bit of an artistic flair added in here. But nonetheless, still an awesome shot. Sorry, let's catch it where Ham resubscribed. Thank you so much. For Home Telescope, it's really knocking it out of the park. I'm very happy with how this is turning out. Even with this little bit, it's not bothering me right now. Cool, your true passion for this is probably why most of us are here and enjoy the stream so much. Thank you. I love to share this, and when we can really dive into this and show you something awesome. Oh, a little bummed that this happened. If I was paying attention to the guiding, I would have stopped the image. But nonetheless, still a freaking awesome looking image. Briefly, what we're looking at over here is all of this pink and like light bluish gray is because of the hydrogen molecules in here being excited by the solar radiation that is causing it to glow. Whereas over here with the Running Man Nebula, there are areas of the gas and dust, much like what we're kind of seeing over here. All of this these thin wispy clouds, which we have never shown this on stream before. There hasn't been a time where we've been able to see this specific detail, all of these wispy bits of dust. So there's a first. The Running Man Nebula, the starlight is reflecting this is reflecting the starlight. So the stars themselves aren't causing it to glow. It is just the same reason why my skin reflects the light from our studio lights. Kuro, how are we? Always your clip shot didn't turn out well, but it was observing live. All right, there were a couple. I saw there was a couple pictures that were shared in the Discord. We'll pick another target, and we'll hop over there. Fixing a mistake. All good. Kurosake, how are we doing tonight? Appreciate you joining in. Foch, welcome. Alex, and that childlike enthusiasm and wonder are part of the charm and attraction to the stream. Karen Day is another part of the charm and attraction to the stream as well. You just slink around the observatory's shadow and attack Tom's Lego. Alex, I'm grateful for you being in here as well. And there's everybody, you spend your time in here, whether it's a quick hello or you're sticking with us for the massive duration of the stream. It's stuff like this I am more than excited to share. Oh, that's so cool. Let's make sure we save that.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
So as far as stacking the image, we can do that. We can do that again in the program, but aside from the scope pausing for a second, so good. Can you see Andromeda tonight? It may already be set, but if not, that actually wouldn't be a bad target to. Good. That's gonna be low. That's gonna be in the houses. To the northwest, northwest. Yeah, unfortunately there's houses in the way for that. Okay, let's pick another target, and then I will bestow Ham with his tier 3 stud. And we were talking about the Monkey Head Nebula. Cone Nebula would be another one to look at with the Christmas tree cluster with our gosh, there's many targets.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
All right, Monkey Nebula it is bright. Yeah, let's do a little bit of the Monkey Head Nebula. And we'll NGC 2175.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
You had me at childlike wonder. Designed by Dave. A quick hello. Hope you're doing well. This is an education. You should just stare at JWST. Oh, there's new JWST images too. We need more time to stream. Aims the death ray the direction of Andromeda. One clear field of view coming right up. All right, everybody hit the deck. MCP, Pyrax, good evening. Good evening to you. All right. Found 3,200 stars. Now, the Monkey Head Nebula isn't going to be as bright as the Orion Nebula, but we should get some detail. All right, one shot, and we do get some structure already, which is actually really good for the scope. So let's start this one up. Oh shoot! Which nebula is the brightest? The Orion Nebula is going to be one of the brightest, because even if you look up, if you're able to look at the sky and see the 3 stars of Orion, Alnitak, Alnilam, Mintaka, and Northern Hemisphere, just sitting below those 3 stars, there's another bright little fuzzy cluster. That's the Orion Nebula, and you can see that basically with the unaided eye. Get a pair of binoculars, you can start to see a little bit of a brighter smudge, and then start getting your telescope. You can start to see even more specifics with the trapezium cluster in the middle.
Go and throttle up.
So let's do.
Telescope!
We have saved those images. Let's start on the Monkey Head Nebula and bestow Ham with the tier 3 sub. Jalopy, how we doing tonight? Ham, thank you so much for the 21 months. Buy any more filament yet? Thank you. That is the cone and tier 3 sub stud. Stop saying. Well, I have 3 different carts ready to go at any moment. I couldn't take photos of Orion with your SLT. Yes, you could. Bear, it is bright enough that even like a short exposure will bring out some detail. Like, and your 130 has a what's the? Do you remember the f stop on that one? Is it like F8? If it's like F8, you're good. Like, I took pictures of it with an F12 telescope at 1250 millimeters. Jalopy, you're not wearing green. No, I didn't remember it was St. Patrick's Day until Karen Day shared an emote. So that was right at the top of the show. Looks at Jalopy's blue name. Either you. Here comes the pinch. So yeah, for like a quick snap of of Orion, you can start to see some detail. You can start to see some more than just what would be a star. Okay, I've created a bit of a mess. Kelsey. Don't fall over. Thank you. Nobody fall over. Ham, do you have the Lego Piranha Plant? Yeah. What's for the 130? What is the F stop? You do not. Okay. Then I will not tempt you with more filament to buy, because I think I need to do an experiment with filament. Why did that get washed out? What happened? Oh, peace, rice, that's a cloud. How dare the clouds come Ooh.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Outdoor cam. Is there a 3D print version? There is a 3D print version. Hang on, just opening up the website. There's a 2-minute shot of the monkey head, and we have some other nebulosity down the lower left. F5. Oh, yeah, you can get a quick shot. That'd be good. Make a cowgirl hat for the piranha. 1 hour to hatch closure. Golly. We are going to, there's a chance we're going to tune in, depending on what the weather does. Shitahari, how are we doing today? Internet. If you ever do get the, piranha plant, Nathan builds things tuned me into this creator to print a wall mount for your piranha plant. Watching this until you decide to pass out. Also, the Launchpad stream as well. There's Nathan. Yeah, that is. I would like to see if there's a filament that can get pretty close to the pipe green. You need a ton of those and a ton of the piranha plant sets. I see nothing wrong with that statement at all. So yeah, need to get a couple different spools of filament to check it out, and then I will present my findings. Bamboo green looks like there's one from Bamboo and there's one from Polymaker that I got in the carts. Who needs live plants that die on? Exactly. Is there anything Nathan doesn't wall mount? Nothing that I can say on our PG-13 stream. Outdoor camp. So we have a wide field view. Read me. We have a wide field view of the Monkey Head Nebula. And as we start to build up the image, so there was a question asked earlier about how to get rid of the noise. For the first step is just to acquire as many images as possible. Improve the signal to noise ratio by dithering your images, which means after a certain set, some people will dither after every image, which means that the mount will move the scope just a little bit north, south, east, or west, just to randomize this noise. All this plotted, modeled color here is just the noise that kind of happens with the camera sensor. Even we have our camera cool down to minus 10 degrees Celsius. It's less noisy than it would be if you just had it at the ambient air temperature. And you have to work a little harder to make sure the noise is reduced, but this is the signal you want to build up, and it's going to follow and track to make sure that all your stars are nice and pinpoint. And I set a weird little artifact from our camera. Hopefully nothing's wrong. I didn't do any focus. I didn't run a focus routine on this. Anyway, could a 400mm camera lens give the results? Yes, provided that the camera lens is also 8 inches in diameter. You could still achieve that with a smaller diameter lens. It's just going to take a little while longer for enough light to build up. So if you did have a camera lens at that point, once you kind of get into those lower the f like 1.5, 2, 3, with the camera lenses, unless it's like a prime lens, there's a lot of glass elements, a lot more glass elements in a camera lens than there is in a telescope. So the light transmission can be slightly reduced. There's a chance for any internal reflections, possibly. So the fewer elements you can have between your target and the camera sensor, the overall, the better image can come out. Also, if you're using a refractor telescope, the higher quality of the glass, the better aligned the light is, because light's going to travel at different speeds through your lens. And if everything isn't tuned properly, you can have what's called chromatic aberration, where you'll still have like a white star, but around it will be fringing of like green or magenta or blue or red or yellow, depending on how your lenses may not be so perfectly in tune. So we have right now, 8 minutes. So 4 2-minute exposures on here. And we can back this off a little bit, because we're also highlighting a lot of the errors and noise. So we can back that off a little bit. I didn't back it off that much, but we'll still see the lighter areas of more information, and then some of the darker bits will dissipate. But again, we're kind of just focusing on what we get in the front, and we can still do better with our flats, but this is still a better overall flatter field of view than we've had in a while. If I take a proper flat frame, then this background should be nice and even. Like even now you can see this gradient shown up here. This gradient would be a little easier to deal with in post-processing than the other gradients we have created. But because the overall color can also impact trying to get rid of the gradient, because you would start to wash out some of this. So that's post-processing we can talk about a little later. But again, for the telescope that we have, this is the 8-inch RASA telescope, the ZWO ASI 2600 MC. The C is for color. Duo, which has 2 sensors, which allows us to do guiding with the RASA. So it allows us to dither, which means every 3 photos it'll randomly move the telescope north, south, east, and or west, so that we can keep this information, but then randomize all the darker areas, so it can kind of even things out over time. And I see clouds. Let me show you what I just saw. I love when you do stuff live. It's so interesting. Thank you. Someone tell the clouds to behave more. Yes. Any good presents on a 20 stream streak? I really like it when we can show you something brand new. And we did that with the Orion Nebula. That's not the forecast I was hoping we would get. Oh, peas and rice. The Dummy 13 from the default setup that was provided, the one that's on this one here. The one that's on the sprues, or the thing. 185%. It really was a random size I picked the very first time, and I've just stuck with it. So it's from the original, I just did a uniform scale, 185%. So for both this one and the PETG internals, this one's that purple, that royal purple galactic filament from Bamboo Lab. She doesn't want to focus on that. There's more of this in the foreground than anything in the background. Anyway, you can see the sparkles. It's sparkly. Oh, outdoor cam. Outdoor cam. So as each exposure is done, it's added to the stack, and that's the image we see in real time. Correct. So this is what is the live stack. Although it's going to be severely hindered right now. Yeah, there's star loss. We're not going to let that one stack up. So we can kind of do this. We can back that off. Or a lot of it. Flashbang, sorry. Right. That kind of helps with getting rid of the clouds, but it does kind of dim the overall image. Because there's more nebulosity down here. We don't really see that well. But again, with the color camera, we are seeing red stars, we're seeing orange, we're seeing blue, we're seeing white. So it's an overall nice color balance. This has me slightly concerned. I hope it's not a problem with the camera. But there was two dithers. Those artifacts showed up. I didn't see that in the Orion image. Fires on the fluffy floating clouds. So details can kind of start to come through a little bit if we back things off and not try to overcook our image. But sometimes we'll purposely overcook the image so we can see some of the hidden details, ignore the noise that is existing in the image. Bump that up a tiny bit. Damn it, cloud. Okay, maybe this is just a thin little bit that's passing over. We're gonna wait it out. Ham. Ham in transit. Thank you very much. Thank you so much for the tier 3. It's you. There we go. Handwriting's as tiny as yours. Teeny tiny handwriting for the fun side of things. Ham, thank you very much. So Didymus, good day. Outdoor camp. Laser Rats told you to write a novel on a post-it note. Did you? Did you then do it? All right, let's take a look at a live satellite coverage here. Internet. Okay, it might be a small bit of cloud. Because we're in the Greater Toronto area. And we might just be dealing with a small bit of clouds right now, but I don't know how well that high pressure system is going to hold up. I'm kind of hoping that this little bit of cloud that just showed up is a temporary clouds. Although, looking at it in the visible light, there's more cloud that we're not seeing. Outdoor cam. It looks like we got clear sky behind the cloud, but it looks like there's still more to follow. At least it doesn't look like it's going to rain. Let's ignore the supernova that's happening in the backyard. That we can combat with. That one we can combat with with our light filters. Wait, can we hit them? No, we can't get them. Oh, shoot. They don't reach that far. And Joga, how are we doing today? Jeb and I just get yeeted? Sometimes. So if we have that little bit, we start to see Jupiter again. So we may have to restart. We have to restart on the monkey head, even if the clouds are getting out of the way. We start a new stack, go to another target. So yeah, so continuing that live stack, because we've lost the star, I would have to realign, and that's it's a possibility, but for the most part. So what I would have to do is we save this image. We would use one of the reference images from the last live stack image taken, and then align it from there. So if I went over here, our live stack lights, NGC 2175, you can see where the clouds started coming in. But if we use this image, yeah, so our original images were 17 megabytes with our smaller camera sensor, and now they're 50 megabytes each image. So this is just one. It's just one single exposure. So what we can do is, okay, let me turn my camera off for a second. Is this option right here is the go-to. It would take a picture of the sky and then use this as the reference and then line it back up again. So as long as you haven't changed your setup, it'll go back to the same target. It'll go back to that same orientation. But because this will be fine for tonight, but because I moved the telescope in and out, I've got circles on the deck from the last polar alignment. So we're pretty close to an accurate polar alignment here, but it is forgiving at the longer focal length. At least it's not 50 gigabytes per image. No, our camera sensor isn't that large. There we go. Let's start now. Get out of the way. Yeah, our filters will block out some of this light, but it also, you can see that really it does wash over the front of the telescope. ZZ Man, how are we doing? I do have a dew shield in front of the scope. So really the Rasa telescope is from the back here, right up just above where the white ends is the objective of the telescope. So we do have this dew shield extension on here. Now I could probably go like another step further and paint the inside with like a matte painting, or line it with some black flocking, some black like felt even, to really break up some of the reflections. I was starting to go by the book on the checklist. Excellent. Get some phantom black, yeah. Mark, you taking some action on the neighbor's lights. Yeah, that's it's on the list, and it just keeps falling down to the bottom of the list. I've been taking pictures and documenting the lights. Now, also the other thing is that this camera does amplify the light, but it's still bright. This makes it look a little worse than it actually is, but it's still not great. Jaybreaker, good evening. Blastnet, welcome in. It is a nuisance, for sure. All right, looks like we are getting some clear skies coming up. Actually, you know, you can kind of see there is the Orion constellation. The Betelgeuse there's Betelgeuse, Bellatrix, Mesa is up here, Rigel, Soph, Alnitak, Alnilam, Mintaka, and that bright little bit that shows up every now and then. There's the Orion Nebula that we were just looking at recently. Does the protector do its job? Every time you see the light blob, wonder if it's the view that someone would have split second after a nuke detonated, but before the blast wave of the firestorm hits. Maybe. Thought of moving somewhere darker. We have been able to image from darker areas. It's there are trade-offs for going to darker areas. One of them being internet. Okay. One of them being like internet speeds can be a problem. going farther out to rural areas, power failures can be more frequent. So having a need for a backup generator is a different cost that comes into play. Do you think it'll go supernova in our lifetime? There have been times we thought Jupiter was going supernova, but there's really no way to accurately predict if that is going to happen. Chances are signals ahead of time, like a massive wave of neutrinos, would be indication that a star has gone supernova in our area. But with Betelgeuse being 600 light years ish away, it could have blown up 300 years ago, and we still got to wait another 300 years for that light to reach us. Looks like there's more haze coming in. We did take a look at Jupiter earlier at the top of the stream. If you want to check back in the VOD, it is fairly, for our telescope that we're using right now, it is fairly small in the viewfinder. Well, let's see if we can capture a different target at the moment before these clouds roll in. So we're going to save this one. We got 12 minutes on the Monkey Head Nebula, which overall, for an emission nebula, using a filter that isn't that's more in tune for letting in all of the light, this is where our telescope, the Rasa 8, comes in handy. It's where it's like your pupil is dilated as large as it can be, and that's what helps things out with this camera. Okay, we're guiding again. Let's take a peek at it. We can image for a bit, and then also see if I can see those remnants again, the artifacts, whatever's happened. So we looked at the Orion Nebula. I've got a stream first for some detail in Orion. I just don't know how long we have clear skies for. It could be a small little bit of cloud, but it could also be, there could be more clouds coming. Now we are moving into galaxy season, so we will be utilizing our deep sky telescope as well. So as we get to move into galaxy season, we're going to be looking out toward interstellar space versus looking at the band of the Milky Way, which has a lot of our nebulous targets. So you can see the glowing gas and dust from these regions in the band of the Milky Way, because there's a much larger concentration of hydrogen and helium, and that's going to glow. And I know it's a small target, but let's get a wide field view of Thor's helmet. If we can, if it's not too, should be all right. Galaxy season, nebula season, galaxy season, duck season, rabbit season. This galaxy season like swimsuit season. No, it's Galaxy season is more like skinny dipping season because there's not a lot blocking you from the views of the cosmos. We don't have any gas and dust or, you know. Boy, it would be very dim. That's it right there. Can't see it if we don't try. Launch pads turned over to mission control. Makes just as great a calendar. Oh, sugar lumps. Restart. I think I saved Monkey Head. Internet. All right, we do have the we do have Crew 9 on their way back. So just waiting for hatch closure. But they'll be undocking from the International Space Station. Did they say what time it was? Because last I saw, it was like a little after 1 o'clock when they leave from they detach from the ISS. $12:05 Central. Okay, so 1:05. Hatch closes in 30 minutes, and they will do all their checks, preparation. Yeah, we'll depending on what the rest of the weather does for us, the rest of the stream, and we'll see if we'll watch them depart from the ISS, and then start a stream early tomorrow. Try to start no later than 5:30 p.m. Eastern to watch the splashdown in the Gulf of Mexico. Disco! Raiders! Raiders, welcome in. Welcome. Disco, how was the stream tonight? We got Mr. Zach and Rutledge coming on in, being April as well. April, good to see you. Fresh Meat, good evening. Good evening. Thank you very much for joining in. How was the stream? Thank you so much for joining in. For those that are new to the channel, my name is Tom. I am the Astro Canuck. It's my pleasure to share my love of astronomy, astrophotography, and space exploration.
By the power of Grayskull, I have the mustache.
We're doing some live astrophotography this evening, as well as checking out the Crew 9 departing the International Space Station. We're about half hour from hatch closing, and then at about 1:05 a.m. is when they'll depart from the International Space Station, and then about 5:57 p.m. the same day, for Tuesday evening, they will be splashing down at the Gulf of Mexico, bringing an end to the mission for Butch and Sunny. you very, very much for joining in. We are also doing some live imaging. There is the first. Is it the first image? Yeah, our first image for Thor's helmet. A interesting area. Oh, sugar lumps. That thing is still there. Ooh, it's got me concerned. It's weird because it's like not even. I have to check it out. I don't think there'd be anything on that. If it was on the lens, it wouldn't be as sharp. I'll have to take a screenshot that shows the. So we are imaging Thor's helmet. A little upside down. What is the second image to come? So we're doing a live stack of images, getting some detail of the cosmos. So you did a good stream, built the Polaroid camera. I really liked that build. Naturally, you did finish the build, right? Almost like something on the lens, almost like something like directly on the sensor. Like it's like that close. So if a little bit of dust may have fallen in, if it's even on the filter, it still would be far enough away that it wouldn't be that sharp. A rip in the space-time continuum? Ooh, maybe. Aliens, possibly. Turgus, how are we doing? Bit Gamey, welcome in. A tiny eyelash? Who knows? A beard hair? In most likeliness, it very well could be. If you want to see another majestic beard, make sure you're following Disco Duck. Doing some fun building. You can chat. His bot is much friendlier than ours. We got lots of stars. So we're looking at Thor's helmet. So this is a little bit of a different target. Corn. Oddly enough, what just happened, what you see for the explosion, for the resub, is what this star will do. This is being created by a Wolf Rayet star, and it is shedding its outer layers. It's essentially in a pre-supernova phase. I don't know specifically when this one might be anticipated to go supernova, but when it does, it will change the entire shape. That familiar shape of Thor's helmet that we're used to seeing would no longer exist. It will completely blow the remainder of the star to smithereens, push out the remaining gas and dust
Potatoes.
in a spectacular supernova fashion. Corn, thank you so much for the 3-month resub. Studs on. If it's just us, it'd be an awful waste of space, right? Corn, let me know which color stud you would like from 1 through 11. No, wait, 1 through 11. There we go. Thank you. How are we doing tonight? Number 11. Number 11. Studs up. There we go. Corn, thank you so much. I just got back from Flagstaff. The observatory was incredible. Went back 2 nights in a row. Awesome. Outstanding.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Dark Hollow one. How are we? Studs on. fluffs. Potato fluffs. Corn, thank you very much for the tier 1 sub. Thank you, thank you, thank you. If you think this tiny handwriting is impressive, well, are you in for a treat? Go check out some of the highlights from Corn Relish and her teeny tiny kitchen. It's some concentrated deliciousness that's been created in her itty bitty kitchen. Megatron, across the chasms of our conflict, a spark remains. A flicker of what I yearn we shall one day be. As battle rage, my thoughts are consumed by the ghost of our shared history. The potential we squandered. I see in your optics the fire of the longing that burns within my own spark. We are bound, not by war, but deep connection that transcends chaos. Who landed? Angered presence. Know this, my old friend, my adversary, my lover, my something, oh, so much more. My longing for you burns as a star in the darkness of this war. Megatron, we may transform and roll out, but you have transformed my heart. Autobots, transform and roll out and get some flowers. I was just gonna say, you don't think you can write that small? Oh my goodness. Angered Presence with a 99.37 in the drop game. Congratulations. Let's go. Angered Presence, let me know if there's anybody you'd like to nominate for a gifted sub. Or if you're within if you're within a 5 days of your sub expiring, you can hang on to it. New job, how are we doing? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Yeah, Angered Presence, let me know what you'd like to do. We got we are hoping we remain with some clear skies tonight. We had a little bit of a hiccup with some clouds, and it's looking like it's getting like thinly hazy out there. New job, getting along just fine. Hope you are as well. I mean, if we're not being too concerned about the clouds, like it's starting to get like a haze down here. Dark Hollow, I've been sick, can't sleep. Clowns will eat you. I understand. Well, hopefully you can get some sleep soon. Get some proper rest. So we're imaging Thor's helmet right now, and yeah, this is a consistent. That's got me concerned. I don't know what that is. I'm trying to think about it too much. If we don't zoom in close, we're all right. We are looking at, so we do see a ton of stars as we are looking at the core of the Milky Way. So we are looking closer to the whole plane of our galaxy, which is going to hold a great deal of stars and dust and gas. And we're not going to see much beyond. We're not going to see it. We'll have fewer of the faint fuzzies of other galaxies that we can witness. But other areas of interest, like the outer layer is being shed of a star that is forming a shape of Thor's helmet. There's the crown and the two wings. From this vantage point, it's upside down. It's a tear in the space-time continuum, and you've managed to catch it from your backyard. We should document this and contact the proper authorities. Saw a couple of Starlink clusters zoom across the sky at the observatory. Never spotted them before. Was heckin' cool. Nice. Outdoor camera shows close encounters of the neighbor kind. So we will maybe we'll kind of aim a little toward zenith, try to get above some of the clouds. We'll do a couple more pictures of Thor's helmet. And we'll also see if the problem is that we like this gradient seems to be impacted for sure by the neighbor's lights, because look at the orientation of the telescope right now. We're kind of aiming closer to a much lower angle. So if we can point it up and maybe away, maybe something like northeast, there's another target we can look at, so we're not having this light kind of washing over our scope like that. But we did get an image earlier of the Orion Nebula, which was fantastic. Very, very happy with how that one turned out. Aside from a last-second gaffe in our guiding, we had a little bit of movement. So we have some streaky stars, but nonetheless got some pretty cool details. I can probably get a better picture. We can get a better picture within here. There's our stack. 149 megabytes for the. Aside from the streaky stars.
Holy,
are you looking at that last night in the observatory? Nice. Yeah, so we got some awesome detail. Now, did we have that? Is that artifact in here as well? Or did we like just pick that up? Like, I don't see it here. That black line. Maybe I'm just looking in the wrong spot. But it didn't stand out in this image. Like something that just happened. But anyway, the important thing is that we're able to see some incredible details that we haven't actually been able to share on screen before. Actually, actually, even this one looks a little better. So again, being able to see like the emission of the hydrogen alpha, the hydrogen line, it is incredible. So we did stack the image. I think we were doing 2-minute exposures. Not quite sure how many we did. Raiders. Detector, how are we doing? Good evening, good evening. Raiders, thank you very much for joining in. Let's go. Let's get points for Angered Presence landing in the drop game. And some points for Detector and the raid. They got hatch closure. Excellent. Finished Rimworld. Got off planet, but not without complications. Ruh-roh. How complicated were said complications? Remaining astronauts continuing to suit up. Excellent. There we go. So this is Crew 9 that is departing the International Space Station, including Butch Wilmore and Sonny Williams, who have been on an extended stay on the International Space Station. Their mission comes to a close tomorrow, 5:57 p.m. Eastern Time. So we'll be starting to stream earlier tomorrow to watch splashdown the Gulf of Mexico. So 5:30 p.m. Eastern Time is when we're going to be doing an early start to the stream. God! Repeated raids of people with spears wanting your ship and robot. Ruh-roh. Was it? Did you successfully defend said ship? I've ever thought about doing a podcast with someone about space science and NASA, like Zach and Brian do for Lego. I heard of the hatch closing on Twitter. So as far as doing a podcast, that adds another element of something else to add to the plate. I haven't not thought about it, but at the moment, I will happily be a guest on someone's podcast every now and then. If anybody wants to talk about astrophotography or Lego, I will join in, but as far as starting one myself, probably not. Everyone made it on board, even the dogs. Good. 5:30 p.m. You'll be here. Excellent. What if anyone did a vocal slip when talking about Butch and Sunny and called him Butch and Sundance? I don't know. I haven't done that yet. But now that it's been said, it could happen. Maybe we're working tomorrow at that time. Well, we'll be streaming for a while afterwards. Lurk, stretch, get some food. No worries, Detective. Thank you so much for bringing the community over. Greatly appreciate y'all joining in. So other things we do on the stream is we will build Lego. We'll try to keep it space-based as well. And for the month of March, what we've been doing, we built the Mario and Yoshi set, which is absolutely phenomenal. And we're currently working on the Nintendo Entertainment System. We got this far on Sunday and didn't finish the bag for reasons being I bent this rod. Well, not this rod, but I replaced it with the set from the plum blossom flowers, because there's a fair chance that the plum blossom flowers does not require a ramrod straight rod. Had a little bit of a bend in the rod is going to be okay for the plum blossoms. This one, however, that tiny little bend, very, very small bend, did not allow this smooth movement of the cartridge connector. So I had this all taken apart last night, looking for what was the actual problem, trying a whole bunch of different pieces, and what I thought was too much of the obvious was what I should have been looking at first. So at least that is operating correctly. So we can stick the cartridge in, close it, eject the cartridge when need be. Didn't even have it at night and you broke a new toy. It was frustrating. It was like, I broke it. What did I break? What part did I muck up? Would I have to get something? Would I have to put a pause on the entire build for a part to come in? That was one thing I was worried about. But thankfully, I was able to replace it, and we're we're back to where we left off on Sunday. So there's this little bit of the bag remaining, and yeah, we'll continue that. We will continue it on someday. There's a lot of stuff coming up. Wait, what did you do? Oh, let me show you what I did. Let me show you. Internet. Ooh. Yeah, that was it. Just an ooh. I don't know. That was what got me is that this green part here, that flipped. That went, that popped off. Like if we watch in slow motion, you can see the exact moment. You can see the exact time that. Here's the playback. You can pinpoint the exact moment his soul left his body. The pin was bent ever so slightly. And when we did the motion, we did
Holy potatoes!
that part. When we did that part, it would slowly move into place. And then it would release. But it wasn't like the instantaneous click over like this one. Knew you had it in you. I know, right? Yeah. So just the slightest little bend. It's not going to matter for putting it into the plum blossom set, but for this, it like needed to be precise. And thankfully, it was only the one rod that bent. So, like the slightest bend. That was it. Yeah, we have to complete bag number 4 tomorrow. Not tomorrow. Maybe tomorrow. Depends on what happens tomorrow. That's what your nephew did to yours. I think it's just prone to happen, regardless of the force. Well, I use the force, Luke. I use the force, and it did up. But we're good. We're back to where we were seconds before disaster. The lesson here, don't have a nephew and don't have a Tom. Don't let either one of us near the NES set. Let's see how the rest of the build goes. Which is fine. You'll know how it goes because I'm going to be building this on the 17th of May. So if y'all want to join in on the 17th of May, why I'm going to be over with Mr. Zach Ambrose and Bricks O'Brien and Brickin' Together and Brickin' Nick, and change the open in browser button. There we go. Why not have a wonderful evening? Tom, full of regrets. Nephew and bless you. Bless you. So, to wrap up the Kickstarter finale for the Pro Gamers Guide to Defeating Trolls, a large contingent of us are going to be joining Bricks O'Brien and building our Mario Kart sets. So you can catch a whole slew of us bricking together. Zach, I'm Rutledge, Brickin' Nick, myself, and more. And Bricks O'Brien, if he wants to show up.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Thunderfeet, how are we doing? Welcome. So we're also paying attention to NASA's live stream. Crew 9 is on board their Dragon capsule that will depart the International Space Station in just under 2 hours' time. Shudahari, have a good evening. Thank you very much for joining in. Now we are potentially contending with clouds, and I see more clouds coming in. Sugar lumps and weasels. All right, let's take a peek at our image right now. We got 26 minutes on. We got 26 minutes on Thor's helmet right now.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Mr. Proctor, you have a hurricane. Your son comes into your hurricane, leaves a trail of Lego destruction that resembles post-hurricane season. Oh no. Thunderfeet, we're doing good. We got some clear skies. We were kind of anticipating it earlier today, and so okay, I'm gonna let this image come through. And we're gonna see if we can pick another target because these clouds are coming in again. I don't know how much time we have, or maybe we just kind of stay on this target. But we're gonna start losing this one too. You funking knew it. Funking. Okay, can I call you funking knew it? Damn it, captions. Ugh. Evening. The visuals of the docking are so cool. And just the little puffs of the engines orienting and guiding the capsules toward and away from the International Space Station are awesome. Yeah, captions out there. He says he's PG-13, but he drops an awful lot of F-bombs. I think he goes over his limit every stream. Red Headlamp came in today. Nice. You can tell I'm struggling with this. Mia Kiri? Mia Kyrie.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Did I get it right the first time? Mia Kiri? Did I nail it on the first try? Waiting for double confirmation. Did we get it? I'm not gonna pronounce it any other way. I have a video showing closed captions going blah 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 for the weather network meteorologist. Oh no. Oh, golly. Azure Dragon getting a low drop as did the bot earlier. Thank you all very much for joining in. We're kind of losing the sky a little bit. Let's see if this gets a little lighter. Oh, come on. All right, no real change. That's good. We are going to stop that stuff. A little later. It seems to be dissipating. It doesn't. I don't know. I'm not gonna. Can't fuss on that. Okay, let's see if we can get a little bit more contrast in here. Appreciate y'all joining in today for a not the regular night of streaming, but to do what this channel is all about. We're looking at images of outer space, showing you something cool in outer space. And all right, that's still cool. It doesn't block our image, but we got an airplane flying through our field of view. That's kind of neat. It's even more neat when it's not to the detriment of the image that we're looking at. Make sure we save that. Oh, those clouds are rolling in. So this is another thing you're looking out for astrophotography. Airplanes. Now, because we have a wider field of view, we're covering a larger portion of the sky. Some of our telescopes, we can look at Thor's helmet, and this is the native focal length. We have a longer focal length of the telescope, and that plane we wouldn't even have known. We wouldn't even known if the plane had gone by. But here, because we have such a wide field of view of 400 millimeters, we cover a great deal of the sky.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Suave Oreo, hello. Mr. Proctor also a video of the Weather Network closed caption saying, "Look at the lemonade. Look at the tomatoes and kale instead of tornadoes and hail." It's the audible autocorrect. We did save this image. We did get Thor's helmet as well as I don't know which flight this was, but that's actually like that is like a very, very brilliant, sharp, a crisp red line. That's like you've taken like the pen tool in Illustrator and just 2-point clicks, and there you go. In the meantime, we're losing it again. No, we haven't had Angered choose a recipient for the sub. We can have the bot just seek out anybody. And if Anger President says, "Oh no, I would like so and so," then so many stars. Drop game. So many clouds. How dare they? How dare them clouds? right. We'll send the bot out into the masses, into the crowd, and really just the most recent chat message sent goes out to Suave Oreo. It may have been a drop in lurk, that's fine. That is all good. There we go, Suave Oreo getting the gifted sub for Angered Presence at 99 point. I want to say 99.41. 37. I was close. We were pretty close. Studs on. Here you go. Suave Oreo. Let me know which color stud you would like from 1 through 11. Get you on the stud that will complete the 9th row on the stud table. But enjoy the ad-free views, the custom emotes, the plethora of animated emotes that we have available for all of our Tier 1 subscribers. Tier 3 subscribers do get the Tier 2 and the Tier 3, so you get an extra 10 animated emotes and an extra 10 static emotes. You may have been napping, but you heard it happen. See, always modding. Enjoy the nap, although now there's a chance you may have missed the cloud of sleepiness. I don't know. But if you let the nap's going to take you again, it's all good. There we go. So also, there is Suave Oreo. There is the 9th row completed on our stud table. Studs off. There's always sometimes there's that little window where it's like, yeah, I can go back to sleep. And then you kind of feel it fade away. It's like, well, I'm awake. Suave Oreo, thank you very much for selecting your stud. And for everybody playing in the drop game. This one courtesy of Angered Presence dropping in for 99.37. They tried that, no go. Thank you very much for claiming your stud. That gets us another stud closer to having another giveaway in the month of April. So anytime we do fill up our stud Tato with those claiming their studs, we will unlock some giveaways for the following month. Do you remember the video called The Hubble Deep Field, the most important image ever taken by deep astronomy? Yes, almost 20 years old. It's what got you into this. Oh my gosh. And that Hubble has been around for so long, and it continues to operate. We see it working in conjunction with, right alongside JWST, still combining some incredible images. Baba Zelnik, Mum, have a good night. Thank you very much for joining. Have a good sleep. We had 20 years from the Hubble Deep Field. And that was it like it was hours. Was it like a week? How long? I don't know. The length of time was immense to take a picture of that one spot and how much detail they got out of it. And JWST can achieve something like that in a matter of minutes. Amazing. Outdoor camp. This is not amazing. These are clouds. Now, as long as I don't have any kind of rain forecast, we're not in a massive rush. Sugar lumps. It's no longer showing as clear as it was. Yeah, they're still working. Plus, the video itself is 18 years old. My gosh. All right. As long as I don't have any precipitate, no, there's no precipitation. But this might effectively end the imaging. Internet. Yeah. If the clouds are holding up, just saw a meteorite coming straight down from space. Looked pretty cool. Bright white, zooming straight down. Awesome. Very cool. Which direction were you looking? Looking south. Sweet. So yeah, this is our section here in Toronto, and we basically have cloud coverage right from the north down like Hamilton, Burlington, and beyond. Never have a camera running when that kind of thing happens. It can be very rare. So that's why we got you set up with an all sky camera too. Everybody needs an all sky camera. All right, I think we might be done for imaging. It's based on what we're seeing here rolling in. And even like this, with the amount of cloud that we can see in the visible versus the infrared, there's more surrounding it. So. Outdoor cam. I said outdoor cam, not Zelazam. Wanted to summon all the handsome. Say your name thrice.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Even your bad is good. How are we doing, Zam? So what was potentially a night of clear skies, hey, we got a couple of cool images. We did something that we should have done a long time ago with the telescope. We did some calibration frames slightly proper and got us one of our... Actually, you know what we can do? You know what we might be able to do? Let's try this. Because really, what else are we going to do? Tons of things. Okay, star is lost. Actually, you know, let me put the telescope. We're gonna park the scope.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Just so we don't bump into it. Hogan, how are we doing? Yeah, before we do that. Here. And now we go. All right, so that takes the telescope back to the home position, and what I haven't figured out with the ASI Air, if you can tell it to park it in a different orientation. For us, this is fine. This is what we would do. But other times you want to park it where it's sitting kind of like parallel to the ground, so that way if you have a roll-off roof observatory, you're not having a lot of clearance to pass through. So I don't know if we can change that, but I'm also not too fussed. Drop game. Anyway, what we can try to do, because we had one of our images go a little squiffy at the very end. I would like to see. Oh shoot, we're not gonna be able to. Maybe we can do something. Hang on. Auto run. Plus the master by a stack. It doesn't let us choose. Bollocks. Okay, no. Well, let's try this. Was this the... Which one was which? What is it? No, it's the 533. Here. There it is.
By the power of Grayskull, I have the mustache.
It's not letting me select certain things. All right, so we can't do that. Well, I'm not gonna, again, I'm not gonna faff about it.
Discovery. Go and throttle up.
Draco Markham RP for the role play. Drop game. That's doesn't want to. Anyway, we got an airplane in one image. We got Thor's helmet and some surrounding other little star clusters as well, little networks of stars. But I have to be able to share images with you. Time's it now. It is 11:39. At this point, we're pretty dang close for the undocking of the Crew 9 from the International Space Station.
Water, 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 water. This the water, 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 water.
Pardon me. What? What? Stream ended 92 seconds ago. Is this a problem that they had, or did it actually sign off?
Integrity on those suits. So we now have set the stage for the undocking of the Dragon down off the coast of Florida on Tuesday afternoon. We will be resuming our coverage, joined not just here at the Johnson Space Center but by our colleagues in Hawthorne, California at the SpaceX Control Center. We will be back on the air just over an hour from now at 11:45 p.m. Central Time, 12:45 a.m. Eastern Time for the undocking of the Dragon Freedom and the Crew 9 crew from the International Space Station. The weather conditions off the coast of Florida and the splashdown sites continues to be good, with splashdown of...
Okay, so they'll resume in an hour's time. Perfect. Okay, so let's do this exclamation point drop. First of all, get your parachutes in for a little bit of a chaos drop. Get them in. Let's go. Here's what we're gonna do. When is splashdown? Splashdown is going to be tomorrow, 5:57 p.m. Eastern Time. And there we'll be splashing down in the Gulf of Mexico. We will start a stream at about no later than 5:30. So we'll tune into splashdown, or maybe try to get on a little earlier, and watch that and kind of roll into our regular Tuesday stream, and then probably wrap up a little earlier than usual on a Tuesday night. Exclamation point drop. Get them in. Get them ready to go for the A little bit of a chaos drop. I will get words set up for you. I'll take a short break. We're at the 3.5 hour mark, which really shot up really quick. CMA 66.82. All right. Take it. All right. Join in on words. It won't be. I still have like just a little, about half a cup of coffee left. That's fine. Get on words. We will be back in no more than, really don't anticipate more than 10 minutes. Kind of get up, stretch, top up my water glass at least, and we'll probably aim to finish the last little bit of the bag for the Nintendo Entertainment System and catch up on a few other things as well. So I appreciate y'all joining in tonight. Stick around if you can for the undocking of the Crew 9 from the International Space Station, and that'll kind of set us up for Tuesday night stream. All right, back in a few. Good luck. Good luck. There is no escape. But you will find peace. In space. I'm also going to cover up the telescope too. Hello.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
That's a giant paw. Oh, welcome back. Thank you. Thank you. All right, everything is all covered up. All the clouds. It was like it's nice and cool outside too. That's a bit of the bummer as well. Assassin Zombie. Good evening. Good evening. All right, let's also change the title. ISS undocking. Nine ISS docking. There we go. L is fake. All right. Opine. Pigeon. Peon. There we go. Dang pigeons. Dang peons and their pigeons. Pingo Dolce? We need more energy drinks? Newt. Seriously, them giving us a list of the words would be great. Just show us what English we've forgotten. Right? My goodness. See what they would do. Grizzly would be a good one. At least I put it. My Glory right now is the current longest one. Logie is a word. Logie? No. Logie. No. So E is not the hidden letter. It's not S.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Pixie Lemonade, hello. Hourly. Dual. Hour. Yogurt Garrow? Roughly? Anybody got it roughly? Oh.
Go and throttle up.
right, that's still 1,500 points. There we go. All good. All good. Hope all are doing well. Thank you so much for joining in tonight. We did have a little bit of clear skies, and that was about it. We didn't have all as much clear skies as we're hoping. So what we have happening tonight is actually in a moment, I can say today, but in a moment tonight, we are anticipating the undocking of the Crew 9 from the International Space Station, which includes the two astronauts, Butch Wilmore and Sonny Williams, that have been on the International Space Station for a number of months, and their mission comes to an end today at 5:57 p.m. Eastern Time, when they splash down in the Gulf of Mexico. And undocking from the ISS is just about an hour from now. All right, Ham, lurk for sleeps. Thanks for the cool views and the fun times. As always, good sir, take good care. Glad to have you joining in. Thank you very much for all the support. Greatly appreciate it. So we did get a little bit of cool views of outer space tonight, but the clouds had other ideas. So that kind of brought to an end our imaging session this evening, but there were forecasts that were saying it was going to be clear all night. Pardon me, there's some forecasts that were saying we would have clouds coming in, and unfortunately what I was not hoping for was that this forecast was going to be correct. So these things happen, but again, the thing is, with the camera that we have, the telescope that we're using now, we got some pretty awesome shots today in a short amount of time. And also I did a little bit of extra work, which I should have been doing right from the beginning, was taking the proper calibration frames. Now, right at the last frame we had, the mount stopped. Something happened and it went a little squiffy. So we had streaks on the last image. But overall, we got some incredible details from the Orion Nebula. And a nice, overall, fairly even flat field, with the exception of this linear gradient that we could easily get rid of. But when I take proper calibration frames, even more so than what we did, then we can help eliminate that. But also, even like the neighbor's light washing over things doesn't help either. Clouds are pretty, but I want to see things, right? Yeah. Right. A little bit of imaging, and that's again the importance of the telescope that we do have, that we can get 3 targets. We got the Orion Nebula, we got the Monkey Head Nebula as well, and a little bit of Thor's helmet. Maybe not as much time as we would like, but we got a really cool airplane passing through this image. So tomorrow evening is our regular potpourri stream, which usually would start at 8 o'clock, but for all the coverage we've been doing of the crews going to the International Space Station, and for the amount of coverage we've had for Butch Wilmore and Sonny Williams and their journey with Boeing Starliner a number of months ago, and everything that was happening with will they be going back on the capsule? Will the capsule go back uncrewed? Will they have to have have SpaceX and the Dragon crew come back to get them? And it's come down to that the Boeing Starliner capsule did depart from the International Space Station. Another worry from the Starliner was when they did disengage from the ISS, would everything work to at least have it propel itself away from the International Space Station to safely re-enter Earth's orbit? That was another immediate concern. Would all those systems be working? It returned to Earth, but again, the risk was too great because you were putting human lives on board of the vessel that was definitively illustrating some issues, and there wasn't enough confidence in everything to say, you know, let's put them back in there and send them back to hurtling towards Earth. So they stayed on the International Space Station for a number of months, and number of weeks ago, Crew 9 went to the International Space Station with only 2 astronauts and 2 empty seats on the Dragon capsule, which were reserved for Williams and Wilmore. And now they're on board. They have closed the hatch and will be leaving the International Space Station about an hour's time. So, in that time frame, those that were here yesterday and were here earlier, we were talking about our latest Lego build for the Nintendo Entertainment System. We had a little bit of an oopsie yesterday at the close of stream, where you can even see it in the video. It took my eyes off the prize. A little bit of, I was looking up the screen and then I looked away from the build for just enough time. Internet.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Oh, where'd the sound go? Oh, Firehead, how we doing? Yeah, that was enough force to bend this pin. So after it took me a while to figure out which was the actual part that wasn't working. Got that all had completely disassembled, and now it's all working again. We're in good working order. Yay, start over. I kind of did start over. The music here is so nice. Thank you, Kathy. Thank you very much. All of the music, the main music here is from Epidemic Sound, and I've realized after returning to uploading our VODs to YouTube for an indefinite stay, so we don't lose them after 60 days. There's still some music within the hype train that gets dinged for copyright. So yeah, there's some editing. They need some new editing that needs to be done. But yeah, we're back to this point. So we had a few bricks left over before we've kind of finished bag number 4. So a small task that I wanted to do right now, because we got some time, is just kind of finish that off. Let's get that completed. But we will tune into the undocking from the International Space Station, and yeah, the floor is yours. Any questions you got about upcoming astronomical events or astrophotography itself? What's the best recipe for a pumpkin pie? I don't know. I just get it out of a can, throw some whipped cream on there, and it's good. But other than that, glad to have you all joined in. Because it is the month of March, we are building. Anything we're doing is to do with Super Mario. We built the Mario and Yoshi, doing the Nintendo Entertainment System, and that will take us to the end of the month. I really don't think that we're getting this one done really, really quick. Tom starts building Lego at the 4-hour mark. It's normal. Yeah, kind of. I'm really bringing down that average. Best recipe for pumpkin pie is yours. You're biased though. I don't know. You take the time to build a pumpkin pie. Essentially, to make a pumpkin pie. gonna be darn good. How many streaks did you get in the camera today? We thousands of streaks, largely because the outdoor cam. We got these streaks, we got some airplane streaks, and then we got here's where we get the thousands of streaks for all of the stars here that suffered from the mount pausing for a moment. Actually, probably about 5 seconds, really. Gers, how are we doing? Overall, I'm liking the NES.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
And quite honestly, because the way how this works here. That action with the cartridge. Are they all moving and you're standing still? The best pumpkin pie you made was the one this last December. Holy monkeys, it was so good. And the gluten-free. Nice. So this is all Elsie. How are we doing tonight? We're all fixed up here. So this is operating as normal. So the problem we were having was one of the pins was bent, and this piece, as it was connecting, as it was moving into its first position, it was moving very slow. It wasn't a smooth movement like we're seeing right here. And then it wouldn't even properly release unless there was an excessive amount of force. So, yeah. Lego manual. Clickers, you haven't opened this yet. Do you have the Atari as well? I know there's a few people who have both, and they've just been, it's in the backlog. These things happen. So at this point, I really can't, at this moment, I can't yet say if there is any kind of comparison between the two, other than the fact that they're two video game consoles. You have the Atari as well. So much backlog. I mean, look, check. Ask Amish Ace to show you his backlog. He'll have to take you to his storage unit, not just what's in his immediate possession. But hey, what Disco Duck told me, all of the Lego that he has in his backlog is his retirement fund. So when he's got nothing else to do, although I found people who retired are even busier than they had been when they were working. So is that a metaphor? Well, it's his retirement fund. And I asked him, like, your retirement fund? No, my retirement fund. To build all of his backlog if he doesn't get through it in the next 40 years. The guy who made the Atari is the same person who made Chuck E. Cheese. Isn't that crazy? Really? That's interesting. Falcon is 7,500 pieces. Yep. It is a massive build. Tax, you just retired last month. Get ready to be busy. Peach, how are we doing? What is the set with the most pieces you've ever made? Technically, it's the world map. The box says 11,000 pieces in change for the world map. Thing is, the vast majority of them are all the dots. So, But the biggest set we have built, I do believe it has to be the Razor Crest. Just over, I guess, 6,500 pieces. Nope, not there. Yeah, the UCS Razor Crest, probably that's got to be the biggest one we've done, and it's huge. It took a while. It definitely took a while to build. The Batcave was up there as well, but we do have a light kit for the Batcave. So at some point we'll if we ever clean off the desk proper, we're gonna need that space for the Batcave lighting kit. You can even say totes crayfish and not take it up a notch. Now to what totes my goats crayfish. That's cray cray. Overhead. Bodie McBoatface crayfish. Ezzy, hello, how are we doing? And the earlier there was the question what was the largest set that we built, and currently it is the UCS Razor Crest has been the largest one, and near that we have the Playscale Razor Crest. And then right beside that the Micro Fighter. So we have four. I have four Razor Crests up there, but there's the big one, there's the Playscale, and then there's the small Micro Fighter. Cat appears. Yeah, how many people who have cats that are watching? I don't have all the scales of the Razor Crest yet. There's the other one just off to the left. That was a custom build from Rebrickable, but there is one that came with the Advent calendar that I probably at this point have the pieces necessary to make it. Overhead. Was debating on retiring, but when you got the glasses the doctor mentioned, you've reached the point where you shouldn't drive at night. Since you start work so early, you started the retirement process. Fair enough. I say you have any plans, but you also don't have to answer that. It's okay. But hopefully enjoy the process for retirement. I haven't even thought about your love for Legos and cats being menaces. It depends. There are some people that have their cats don't even give Lego like a second thought. Like they think that my cats could not even care about the Lego.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Razor. Good evening. Your cat's X's cat loves the plastic bags the bricks were in. Your cat used to aim for the keyboard. There's some people that will make like a cardboard laptop. Just give just a dummy laptop for the cat. Keyboard was their safe space. One of my cats, she liked the exhaust vent on my laptop. She never sat on the keyboard. She would just sit beside the laptop where the hot air would come out, and she would just conk right out. Oh, Nina, enjoying retirement, but not thrilled with the fact that you're old enough to do so. I said before, growing older is mandatory. Growing up is optional. There it is. Okay, so let's not break anything for these last few steps. The Lego thing has legs. It's fun. It's fun. And then, you know, nieces, nephews, What did I say? Hachi-machi. Well, something went flying. I mean, it's not a piece that I need. Oh. It was caught. Nieces, nephews, grandkids, yeah, all jealous that their aunt, uncle, nan, grandpa have cooler Lego than they do. You'll step on it later. I mean, oppa. Slow down. Move too fast. You got to make the Lego last. Just kicking out cobblestones. Do-do-do-do. Okay, we're good. Paris, since you're not quite ready to start astrophotography yet due to weather, you cancel the refurb laptop you ordered and you'll spend a bit more money on a capture laptop. And really, it just kind of depends on how much. Like, I got by with smaller processors and things on laptops and computers for processing, and it's just how patient you're going to be. That's all. But yeah, if you can, experiment with things, do some small processing. I know that depending on the quality of the images, in the sense that do they have all round stars? You may have to be getting a bunch, a high number of frames, so that can increase the size of the file overall. But once you have the stacked file, then a lot of the other frames you can You can either offload them to like an external hard drive so it's not taking up space on the computer or anything like that. There's lots of things you can do for those things. Old Firehead. Hi. Sorry, I didn't say a proper hello. And on a 3-stream streak. Get away with this view for a bit. Very snug. Stars are not round. They have pointy bits. They have pointy bits and sunglasses. Playing this process on the desktop, which is more powerful. But you know if that makes sense to do. Yeah, there's some people like there's some that have like the like they'll use like a separate computer for capturing, and then a different one for editing. It just depends on what you have. You're able to utilize. There's no wrong way. It's just sometimes some systems will take a little longer than others. So the plan here is not to ham fist anything. A gentle touch with all of the Lego pieces. Karen Day following for 3 years, 1 month, 26 days, 2D2 hours. You want to use the laptop to capture for the mobility. Your spot is 45 minutes away and remote. Yes, having a small enough setup that you're comfortable tearing down and setting up, and not having to worry about having an excessive amount of cabling can help. Karen was been watching 2 months, 24 days, 2 hours watching. Gers 1 month, 20 days, 21 hours. It is mind blasting. It is humbling that that amount of time has been devoted for this stream alone. This one alone. I know that there are plenty of other wonderful people out there to hold your attention. Yes, thank you. That's all the Sunday mornings you fall asleep in the feed time zone on your phone. Basically, the camera to the laptop would be the only cable, as the base is wireless to the tablet. Interesting. I got too early on Sundays. I mean, there's the odd time our lazy Sundays start at 11. Very, very rare. This coming weekend, the schedule is up on Discord. This Wednesday, and I'll remind people tomorrow as well. Wednesday is our community movie night. We are going to be watching The Martian, and it is the 10-year anniversary of The Martian, and it still holds up as a intriguing story. It's still 10 a.m. for you. Way too early for a Sunday. I never watched the movie. Like My Favorite Martian? I mean, it's My Favorite Martian, but not My Favorite Martian. I did watch the Mission to Mars, Val Kilmer. What's the other? There's the other one with wasn't there two? One with Gary Sinise and Don Cheadle. That's another one that's edges much more toward the sci-fi end of things, but still a interesting movie. So yeah, all are welcome into the Discord, and no attendance is taken. You're all free to tune in however you'd like to the Discord. So if you are popping over there, all the way down to the voice and video channel is the community movie night, and oh my goodness, Raiders! Leela with the raid. How are we doing today? Eclipse. Good evening. RC. Good lord. Kinky Turtle. What's going on? How are we doing? Welcome, welcome, welcome. RC, thank you very much for the gigantified cursed emotes. Oh boy. We need your face for completely innocent purposes. What kind of face? Which version of my face do you need? Thank you all very much for joining in. Any face you want to make. Because reasons. Do I hold it? Do I wait?
No! Stop it! What is wrong with you people?
Oh, okay. Let me know when it's safe to move with a 50 bomb. All right. Okay. I'm staring right into the camera, so I'll look at Ryan's. Okay. Oh. Layla, how was the stream? How was the stream tonight? Thank you so much for joining. And those that are new to the channel, my name is Tom. I am the Astro Canuck. It's my pleasure to share my love of astronomy, astrophotography, and space exploration. Earlier tonight, we did get a little bit of clear skies. We got an incredible picture of the Orion Nebula, and last second, the mount went a little wonky, but that's fine. That's fine. We got some cool pictures of outer space. We were thwarted by clouds, but we are tuning in to NASA's broadcast of Crew 9 disembarking from the International Space Station, and then they will be splashing down into the Gulf of Mexico at about 5:57 p.m. Eastern Time today, Tuesday, the 18th of March. Stream is wonderful. You're playing Split Fiction, and Kinks and I play awesomely together. Nice. Excellent. Site building NES, and you had to raid. Did you see what happened from Sunday's stream? What you wearing, streamer? I'm wearing a t-shirt. It's got stars on it. It's clever because it says shooting stars, and they're all saying shoot. Eclipse, good to see you. I warned you not to do it. You think Mariah and Chewie are bad. I do. Bear exclamation point emote, and then the suggestion. It goes into the emote suggestions on Discord, wherever that is. There it is. Internet. There you go. Exclamation point emote, and then whatever idea. I love the accent. Love the t-shirt. Excellent. Listen, don't have your glasses on. Yeah, that's it. If I take my glasses off, I can't hear any of chat.
40 feet down, 2.5. Picking up some dust. 4 forward, drift into the right level.
Remember the Highlander from Samurai Jack? I don't.
Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed. Roger, Tranquility. We copy you on the ground. You got a bunch of guys about to turn blue. We're breathing again. Thanks a lot.
It's always after me, Lucky Charms. It's past midnight here. We're away from St. Patrick's Day. Ever seen the glasses that block ads? No. Is it just, are they just spray painted black? Ah, space. I know that one. You can do the accent 24/7, you'd be happy, but your normal voice is good too. Thank you. Really what it is, it's to make Eclipse talk more. So you need to tell Eclipse to talk more so I can read Eclipse's messages, because that's what Eclipse sounds like to me. And there's probably nothing else that they can type that would change the accent. But I appreciate y'all joining in. So yeah, we did get some clear skies, and so we moved on to fixing up our, or we want to fix up the Nintendo Entertainment System, because somebody did an oopsie yesterday. Oh wait, this is super slow motion. We need to draw that one. Oh no! Oh yeah. Bet the rod and everything. I got some built-in AI that detects ads and replaces the images with something else. Interesting. Tim Curry was in Lex and he was wearing the same outfit from the Worst Witch. Butterfingers McGee. I don't know. Maybe like ham-fisted Butterfingers, perhaps. Yeah. So that's what happened. I took the whole thing apart last night. Didn't have any issues with yours. Well, so RC, you have a soft, gentle touch. I, on the other hand, traipse around like freaking Bigfoot with my Lego pieces, apparently. And here we are, having to rebuild things and finish off what happened yesterday. But so many times pressed too hard and had the build go splody. Yeah, this one went splody and bent up and everything. But that's where we're at. So we have a little bit of time before they are leaving the international, for the undocking from the International Space Station. So we are filling that time whilst we're waiting, about 7 minutes before they resume their broadcast from the ISS. Done so many times, pressed too hard. I read that one. Or maybe it's because you have done that so many times, you pressed too hard and had the build splody. I'm pretty sure there are studs still in low orbit. All right, what I'm going to do is we're going to run the 90 seconds of ads right now. So we have some time before the undocking, because that's set for 12:45 to start. And let's get at least over half an hour before they're leaving the ISS. We're going to start that right now, and then we'll be back shortly. 90 seconds, to be exact. I can't. You'll get tired of it. Already surprised he's still doing it, but at it for a couple of weeks now. You're just that entertaining, Eclipse. Jinx, you owe me a Coke. What did I see? I saw a vanilla orange Coke the other day. You can't stop. I can't stop. I was wondering if it would taste like an orange creamsicle, because that's like S tier flavor. Have you ever? I don't know. I'm sure I've talked about this on stream before, but if you pour a glass of orange juice and you have maybe like for coffee for cream, like a 10% milk fat cream, and you pour a little bit of that in the orange juice, it tastes like a creamsicle. And if it's nice and cold, it is just like a creamsicle. Terry's chocolate orange ball, you can keep that. More for you. If you enjoy Terry's chocolate orange, it is all for you. Oh, I actually do have a story, but next time. I'm nomming some crackers and Lays now. Tune in next time. Nodders. But why just make a creamsicle soda? Why add it to Coke? Gers! Overhead. Gers with the gifted sub going to G Monkey. G Monkey. Gers, thank you very, very much. Whoop. That's a 5-bomb stud. Not insinuating anything. Oh my goodness. Oh my god. DJ Human A. How are we doing? Let's get some points out for the raid. Raiders, welcome in. True Nefer, how are we doing? Welcome. How was the stream today? Holy potatoes, what were we up to? Thank you so much for joining in. My goodness, Raiders. We had a wonderful time with DJ Humane. Was today the Tuxedo Cat? Thank you very much for joining in. For those that are new to the channel, my name is Tom. I am the Astro Canuck. It's my pleasure to share my love of astronomy, astrophotography, and space exploration. Earlier tonight, we were doing some live astro imaging. We had the clear skies, we had the telescope out. Unfortunately, all the clouds rolled in. We got a few pictures, which were incredible, and very happy to share that with you as often as possible. What we are waiting on is the undocking from the International Space Station for NASA's Crew 9, and that is Butch Wilmore and Sonny Williams are returning to Earth. Tomorrow, or today at 5:57 p.m. So we will have a stream tomorrow evening, no later than 5:30, but we'll try to get one started as soon as. Ever seen a Lego vending machine? Yes, and I'm always tempted to get something from there, but they don't give out extra Lego points. So, you know, the Tuxedo Cat, it took you 11 hours, but you did it. You did it. Heck yeah. Let's go. Equal parts orange juice, rum, half and half, Sprite, ice in a blender, blend on high till it's all crushed. Pour into a glass and enjoy. You're welcome. Could put that in the food and drink section. Yep, Yums made the Lego kitty. Nice. Enjoyable build. Thank you so much for joining in. First major build, the book was so intimidating, but it just took one step at a time. Let's go. It's a recipe for Pan Galactic. For a creamsicle drink. Sounds good. You can easily eliminate you could leave out the rum. You want to make it anybody else safe drink. Get fun, awesome, excellent. Joe Mike, welcome in. Good evening. Good evening to you. Thank you all very, very much for joining in today. Wrong buttons. Gers, with the gifted sub going to G Monkey. Curse, thank you very, very much. Now, with it being 1:45, there's a chance that G Monkey is off to Slumberland, but we will zoom in. We will harangue him the next time we see him. Curse, thank you very, very much. Very kind of you. Yep, we've seen the Lego vending machine. And again, it's the lack of points. Plus, I've seen them like when I'm leaving for holidays. It's not when I'm coming back home. So I wouldn't want to carry like Lego set all around. It was so cool seeing it come together. Oh, that's awesome. Very, very cool. When you finish, you're like, you did that. You did that. You did that. Let's go. Monkey sleep, monkey do. Excellent. Thank you all very much for joining in today. We had a little bit of a blunder with the Nintendo Entertainment System yesterday at the end of the stream. It has now been fixed, so our little this here works properly again. So both the rods are nice and straight. They're not bent, causing any problems. So we were rebuilding while we were waiting for Crew 9's coverage to begin. Thank you very, very much. DJ Yumine, thank you so much for choosing us as the raid target. If you definitely, for that stream, you got a raid and run, I completely understand. But glad to have you joining in. And the points that y'all got on the way in and everybody here, those will be used for the giveaway on the 20th of April, which anytime we do fill up our stud Tato, this device here, anybody that is subscribing, resubscribing, gifting subs, if this gets filled up with claimed studs, then we will add another giveaway for the following month. But we have filled up one of these. I thank y'all very, very much. And we'll be doing another giveaway on the 20th of April. All right, so let us continue with the build. Also, we do have the coverage for the undocking of the International Space Station happening right now. So this is beginning. I appreciate y'all joining in. Light up. Oh my goodness. Holy freaking potatoes. Indulgent girl, hi-oh. Indulgent girl, how are we doing? Welcome in. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Holy smackers. Lila, thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. Overhead.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Gaggle, how are we doing? Good to see you. Retro Maker TV getting a gifted sub. Joe Sakura and Cowboy Chronic Casual Bowler 200 getting a gifted sub. And Hazanku getting a gifted sub as well. Thank you very, very much for the 5 gifted subs. Very kind of you. Zoom in. Can you smell the smoke? Can you smell? Does it smell like burnt popcorn when I think too much? No thinking, only Zool. Yeah. Leela Rose, thank you very, very much for the 5 gifted subs. You have kernels in there. There's been small kernels of wisdom every now and then, but some of them are half popped. Thank you very much for the 5 gifted subs. If you didn't receive a gifted sub, you can indeed claim one of the color studs that we have from 1 through 11. That will increase the total of studs on the stud tato. And if it does get filled up, we'll add some extra giveaways to the following one. My ears are all burnt. Thank you. Giggle and Giggle, how have you been? Hope you've been keeping well. Good. Excellent. All right. So we are about, 10 minutes? Well, 15 minutes away from the undocking of the crew. So let's tune in over to NASA. And then we'll see where we're at. If this might still wait till tomorrow. Studs off.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Flu, welcome in. Internet.
Well, thank you, Sandra. It's been a busy morning so far. About 2 hours ago, the 4 departing Crew 9 crew members did gather in the Harmony module right at the passageway through International Docking Adapter number 2, which connects Harmony with the Dragon Freedom. They had a final opportunity to say goodbye to one another, a final opportunity for the remaining crew members on the station, members of the Expedition 72 crew, to take photographs. As you see there, Sonny Williams and Butch Wilmore were already suited up in their SpaceX entry suits. Once that was completed and the crew floated back into Freedom, Nick Hague and Alexander Gorbanov also suited up. Now, just for the statistic freaks out there, we can tell you that Williams and Wilmore, whose mission, of course, was extended. They launched back on June 5th aboard the Boeing Starliner spacecraft. Last August, NASA decided to bring them home on the Dragon Freedom spacecraft with Crew 9. They will come home with a
Any stats freaks in chat?
Afternoon with 286 days in space, a mission encompassing 4,576 orbits of the Earth and 121.3 million miles. But just to put it into context, not the longest single space flights in U.S. history. That distinction belongs to Frank Rubio, who remained on the station for 371 days when his Soyuz spacecraft experienced a coolant leak. He's followed on the list by Mark Vande Hei with 355 days, Scott Kelly with 340, Christina Cook with 328, and Peggy Whitson with 289 days in space. So although Williams and Wilmore have in fact had an extended mission, it's not a record-breaking mission. As we stand by for the final...
But it's a storied mission.
Here in Mission Control, you're looking at Flight Director Marcos Flores, who is the lead Crew 9 flight director here. To his right is spacecraft communicator Tess Caswell, who will be talking directly to the crew during the undocking phase and during the time the Dragon moves toward the approach ellipsoid, that mythical line in the sand where we complete integrated operations and turn over everything to the folks in Hawthorne to bring Crew 9 home.
I wonder what they had for lunch.
On Tuesday afternoon. With that, we'll turn it back to you guys in Hawthorne and stand by for undocking.
Thanks so much, Rob.
Lies, damned lies, and statistics.
So as you mentioned, we are standing by for separation, which is set to take place here in a little bit more than 10 minutes. We are tracking a 10:05 p.m. Pacific time, 1:05 a.m. Eastern time departure from the space station.
And as we mentioned earlier, just like during its approach to the International Space Station, Dragon's departure and deorbit is designed to be fully autonomous, requiring no action from the crew on board.
Heat shield, yes.
Faster and a little bit easier since the crew won't have to stop at any waypoints like we see when a spacecraft arrives to the space station.
Once the undocking sequence is complete, Dragon will use its Draco thrusters to move away from the station in a series of 4 departure burns, which are carefully strategized maneuvers that increase the distance between the spacecraft and the space station. From there, a phasing burn will place Dragon on a trajectory to align it with the splashdown site.
At the moment, the crew is suited up as they are during...
Mal, thank you very much for the follow.
And we did hear a call out a short time ago for the crew to go ahead and put their visors down ahead of the actual undocking. Depart the International Space Station. Let's take a quick moment to get to know the crew we're bringing home today. Tomorrow, the splashdown, rather. U.S. Space Force Colonel Nick Hague is your Crew 9 commander.
Raiders! How are we doing?
And this was his second space flight to the International Space Station.
Raiders, thank you very much. Ogthanon, Beauty and the Kitty Goddess, welcome in, welcome in. How was the stream tonight? Join in, join in, join in. We were just watching the Crew 9 departing from the International Space Station. That's going to happen in about 9 minutes time.
Before Crew 9, Hague previously served as a crew member of Expedition 59.
Volokadish. I don't even know if I said that right, but thank you very much for joining in.
So this is actually his second time sharing the space.
Welcome in. Og is here 3 times. Let's go.
Kansas native is a test pilot and distinguished graduate of the United States.
Thank you very much for joining in. They don't have to stop at any waypoints inside the spacecraft. Hey, you guys want to stop for some coffee before you can begin re-entry? Oh my goodness. 3 tabs of us over here. My gosh, Bricko. Appreciate all the support all around Twitch. Hope everybody had a wonderful, wonderful time. Og, what were we up to?
This was her 3rd visit to the space station. She originally launched aboard Boeing's Starliner spacecraft and arrived at the space station on June 6th. Following the agency's decision to return Starliner uncrewed, she became an Expedition 7172 crew member. She logged 286 days in space on this mission. Sunny has a total of 608 days in space, earning her...
There we go, 286 days in space. Like Hugh was asking about that earlier. Stream is great. Finally finished the Planet Crafter and then built a small Harry Potter Lego set. Went over to the Bricklink Series 7 sets. Of those 5, do any of them appeal to you? And which ones do? We watched that yesterday, and my opinions have not changed from the initial thought from those sets.
Next up is NASA astronaut Butch Wilmore, who is also serving as a mission specialist today. This is his 3rd.
Wilmore and Williams finally coming.
He logged 286 days in space. He conducted 1 spacewalk and has completed 5 over the course of his career, earning him a total spacewalking time of 21 hours, 2 minutes. He's flown on 4 different spacecraft throughout his career: Space Shuttle Atlantis, Soyuz, Boeing Starliner, and now the SpaceX Dragon. Previously, the Mount Juliet, Tennessee native served on STS-129 in 2009 and Expedition 41 and 42 from 2014 to 2015. Wilmore is also a retired captain in the U.S. Navy.
I really love a sushi restaurant. The frigate isn't bad, but maybe too big for your taste. The sushi, I like the look of the sushi restaurant. It's got it seems like it's a nice amount of busy, but I can leave that one off my list. Same thing with the frigate. However, the robot Walt is 100% yes. The antique, the antique collections, I would say that's easy. That's 65% yes. I would get that. And then the not the apothecary, but the medieval looking one. The alchemist set. That's like 85% yes. And that's like 3 of them. Like, golly, that's That's the most out of a Brooklyn Designer series that I've been interested in ever. Usually it's like one set that kind of appeals to me, and then after that, there have been a few that I've skipped altogether. I thought it was a little creepy looking. Fair enough. I think it's cute. I like the different emotions it can display. Alchemist in the cabinet both really look good. Yeah, I did message somebody about because the Alchemist set looks like the medieval blacksmith. I'm now kicking myself that I didn't grab it. It was just one of those things like that's really all I needed was that other set to kind of tie into it. And the person I messaged did not get back to me yet.
That's absolutely right, Sandra. So right now what we're doing
How dare?
Preparing for
How dare they?
sequence to be commanded. Undocking from the space station.
I was just asking them to buy Lego. Anyway, just get all the sets. Problem solved. The robot's the creepy looking thing. The antique collection, you give it a 70% yes, depending on price.
And right on schedule, we've got confirmation of that undocking sequence command.
Freedom copies.
All right, stop talking now.
Here in Houston in Mission Control, we are now monitoring the demating of the umbilical. This is the mechanism that provided electrical power to the Dragon Freedom during the time it was docked to the zenith or space-facing port of the Harmony module. Originally, Freedom docked at the forward port of Harmony, and then back on November 3rd with Williams, Wilmore, Hagen, Gorbanoff on board.
Well, say someone had gotten like 3.
Umbilical demate reported to be complete. As we stand by for the initiation of the opening of the hooks, 2 gangs of hooks, 12 hooks in all, holding Dragon to the docking port on the zenith side of Harmony. Again, Harmony was the port of call for Freedom initially when it arrived back in September. The forward port.
So yesterday, those 12 hooks from the other crew that joined in, those were locked in for their hard capture. So now we're just doing it all in reverse. Disconnect the umbilicals, release the clamps. Off you go.
Where it has been mated and docked to the International Space Station since last November. 3.5 minutes away from physical separation.
Slowly turn the lost Lego yet.
Once the physical separation occurs between Dragon and the docking port on Harmony,
he seems quiet.
To move above the station at a very slow rate of about 1/10 of a meter per second. Then we'll move behind the station. A series of departures.
Bender, how are we doing?
Put it on a trajectory to carry it below the station and on its way to a safe distance away from the internet.
Go back to somebody else. They're gonna like blast their ears off.
4:11 p.m. Central Time, 5:11 p.m. Eastern Time on Tuesday afternoon to begin the final leg of the ride home for Williams, Wilmore, Hagen, Gorbanoff.
There you go. Williams, Wilmore, Hagen, Gorbanoff are on board. So yeah. So tomorrow evening, we're gonna start a stream no later than 5:30 to watch them return.
All systems reported to be in great shape. The latest weather forecast off the coast of Florida at the splashdown sites indicates pristine weather for the arrival of the Crew 9 crew on Tuesday afternoon.
Open and nominal.
The first gang of hooks has opened, standing by for the second. Springs on both sides of the docking interface will push off against one another to initiate that opening rate for Dragon.
Like I need some Red Bull. Just like talking to its microphone a little better. There's four astronauts on here. They'll disembark shortly and then splash down tomorrow evening. I thought this guy's a good commentator.
90 seconds till physical separation. Heading into the home stretch for Williams and Wilmore, the beginning of the end for a 9.5-month mission in space.
Correct. Departing now, landing tomorrow. Cinnabon, welcome in.
The interface between Dragon and the International Docking Adapter no longer sealed. The International Space Station and Dragon flying from southwest to northeast across the Pacific Ocean at an altitude of 261 statute miles.
Yeah, 8 months of space, expected to be there for 3 days. Wait, what? So it's less than a day that they're taking to get back. Although they said something about where they're staying. I totally missed that. I was farting around with buttons. Oh, initially, how long they were there? It was like a week.
All hooks open.
All
Yeah.
hooks are open.
Go and throttle up.
And undocking confirmed. Freedom is free of its moorings. Sonny Williams and Butch Wilmore begin their belated trip home.
Separation confirmed.
How slow they're moving from our perspective, from this perspective here.
Occurring right on time at 12:05 a.m. Central Time.
But knowing they're also traveling at 17,000 miles an hour relative to the Earth, it's bananas. Ruins how we do it. No, they did not get paid overtime.
Stability on Dragon as it backs away.
Freedom, SpaceX on the big loop, depart burn 0 nominal.
Good opening rate reported by the visiting vehicle officer.
I forgot. Makes your brain break a little. 3 days payment. 3 days payment.
System functioning as advertised.
Gilligan's Island shenanigans. It's definitely the most storied stay, I would reckon.
On behalf of Crew 9, I'd like to say it was a privilege to call station home, to live and work and be a part of a mission and a team that spans the globe, working together in cooperation for the benefit of humanity. To our colleagues and dear friends who remain on the station, Alex and Dave Rutach, Grill, we know the station's in great hands. We're excited to see what you guys are going to accomplish, and we'll be waiting for you. Crew 9's going home.
You can just go in the suits, right? A clubs needs one.
Station on the big loop. Step 2, ISS thrusters are verified enabled. To Crew 9, safe journey home. It's been the honor of a lifetime to cross your path up here on Space Station. Your service has been very much appreciated, and we'll miss you, but have a great journey home.
Look at that. That's the lasagna. Don't get any on you. Smell you later, alligator.
This is Zach. I wish we could spend more time with you guys, but many people who love you and whom you love are waiting for you. So safe travel, Godspeed.
And for crew arrival, we ring a bell in Navy tradition, and for Crew 9, I did a baritone salute as you undocked.
Love you guys.
Nathan's right. Oh, Nathan's always right. Yeah, they're just kind of sitting there, but they're moving at nearly 20,000 miles an hour.
Poignant words between the Dragon commander, Nick Hague, as well as the Crew 10 crew, the newly arrived Crew 10 crew members, Ann McLean, Takoya Onishi, and Don Pettit, offering their best wishes and Godspeed for a safe return to Earth on Tuesday afternoon for the quartet aboard the Dragon Freedom.
It's not going to catch fire, but it will experience some heating as it re-enters Earth's atmosphere. Where's the camera? Williams was holding the camera. They're going to pick him up on the next loop. No, it's on the space station. Yeah, the movements are going to be counterintuitive to how we're seeing them. Should just use a selfie stick. Just kind of one of those deuces.
Dragon continues an opening rate away from the zenith port of the Harmony module of the International Space Station. Undocking occurring just about 5 minutes ago at 12:05 a.m. Central Time, 1:05 a.m. Eastern Time. Now, coming up here in the next minute or so will be the spacecraft's exit from what is called the keep-out sphere. That is the first imaginary line between the space station and the departure corridor for the Dragon itself. That will be followed by Dragon maneuvering to a Sun communications pointing orientation and to enable better communications between the tracking and data relay satellite system and Dragon's communications capability itself. The approach ellipsoid exit, that basically is the end of integrated operations. Where
the landing touchdown is tomorrow for 5:57 p.m.
is scheduled about 14 minutes from now.
A keep-out sphere sounds like your personal bubble. Yeah, you start swinging your arms. If you get in this, sphere.
Burn now complete, all nominal.
Depart burn 1 nominal. Your go to DOF suits per procedure 4.012, and a final reminder that the big loop will be deactivated following Dragon's exit from the approach ellipsoid.
Depart 1 burn, and we are good to DOF suits. That's in work momentarily. We'll expect to go off big loop when we get outside the field circuit.
That's a good readback, Freedom.
How does it take so long?
Freedom thrusters operating in perfect fashion. The acknowledgement by the spacecraft communicator in Hawthorne to Commander Nick Hague aboard Freedom that the crew has been given the go-ahead to get out of their entry suits for the time being, get into more comfortable clothing as Dragon continues its traverse away from the International Space Station. This will continue throughout the course of the overnight hours into tomorrow afternoon, a series of pre-programmed maneuvers that will enable Freedom to be in a position for its deorbit burn on Tuesday afternoon. That deorbit burn is scheduled to take place at 4:11 p.m. Central Time, 5:11 p.m. Eastern Time. It'll be a 7-minute, 29-second braking maneuver to enable Dragon to slip out of orbit. Its velocity slowed by 53.2 meters per second, enabling it to begin its high-speed entry back through Earth's atmosphere and a parachute-assisted splashdown off the Gulf of Mexico and the Gulf of America at 4:57 p.m. Central, 5:57 p.m. Eastern Time.
Okay, so I'm going to try to start as close to 5 o'clock tomorrow as possible.
Station and Houston, on the big loop, Dragon has exited the keep-out sphere.
How they decide on Dragon? As they sounded cool.
Dragon has exited the approach ellipsoid and is on a 24-hour safe free drift path. Configure comm for Dragon to ground in preparation for big loop deactivation.
I love the new spacesuits. They look really cool. First meal after landing back on Terra after an unplanned 9-month poutine. Poutine and a cheeseburger.
I'm Freedom SpaceX on the Big Loop. Premature call. We have exited the keep out sphere, but are still in the approach ellipsoid.
It was basically the thing I had when I returned to Canada after 10 years in the UK.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Cars, that was your dinner today. Nice. Definitely cheeseburger as well. Imagine sitting on a tiny ship just drifting for 24 hours.
Freedom, we have you loud and clear. How us?
With Dragon having crossed the keep-out sphere, next major milestone will
Pizza.
be the exiting of the approach ellipsoid to depart the neighborhood of the station. With that, we'll toss it for the moment back to Hawthorne and Veronica and Sandra.
Thanks so much, Rob. As Rob just mentioned, we are now waiting for Dragon to exit the approach ellipsoid, also known as AE, which is another imaginary shape, this time a three-dimensional ellipsoid measuring 4 kilometers by 2 kilometers.
How many other people want poutine right now?
In the same family as the keep-out sphere. It's one of several safety zones set up to govern visiting spacecraft, either arriving or departing the station. Before moving into the keep-out sphere or the approach ellipsoid, spacecraft have to be configured where they would not cross the imaginary boundary for a set period of time, even if the spacecraft lost all maneuvering.
Never had. Okay, so you don't know you yet. Crave it. Gotcha.
Once we get past that milestone will be something that we call the end of integrated operations. And integrated operations means that we are talking to each other on the big loop. So we did hear those communications back and forth. The big loop is essentially not only the crew on the International Space Station, the crew in Dragon, but also both Mission Control Houston and in Hawthorne. Hence the name the big loop, because they're all working together to make sure that they have common communications during some of these dynamic portions of flight. So again, we are standing by for approach ellipsoid exit at 10:24 p.m. Pacific time. And on your screen there, we are getting a view of Dragon from the International Space Station, now quite a bit smaller than when we just saw a few minutes ago, undocking at 10:05 p.m. Pacific. Also in the line of sight there, we have a small view of the Canada arm, which is a robotic arm that helps do some maneuvering and
Canadarm.
A lot during spacewalks on board the International Space Station. So to recap, the hatches between the International Space Station and Dragon were closed earlier today at 8:05 p.m. Pacific, 11:05 p.m. Eastern. Since then, the crew has settled in and is working to take off their spacesuits for their 17-hour journey back to Earth. The joint NASA and SpaceX teams did, of course, pull go to proceed with undocking, and that undocking command was then sent at 10 p.m. Pacific, followed by umbilical retraction and hooks opening, with physical separation taking place at 10:05 p.m. Pacific, as the Space Station and Dragon were traveling 261 statute miles off the coast of Guam over the Pacific Ocean. Dragon then completed 2 of 4 departure burns and has exited the keep-out sphere, and we are now just minutes away from Dragon crossing the approach ellipsoid to set the spacecraft and Crew 9 up for their path back to Earth. Again, Dragon is targeting to splash down off the coast of Florida in the Gulf at 2:57 p.m. Pacific.
I don't know.
5:57 p.m. Eastern
What's
on
the statute?
Tuesday,
What
March
recommend?
18th,
What
marking the
constitutes the
completion
statute?
of a long-duration science and research mission.
Great views right now on your screen of Mission Control here in Hawthorne, California.
Statute mile is equal to 5,280 feet, or approximately 1.609 kilometers.
Views there of Dragon as well. These views are being controlled by one of the flight controllers in Mission Control Houston called Cronus, and they help to make sure.
Yes, I remember sliders.
Vehicles that are arriving and departing, but also help to ensure that cameras are in position to get great Earth views, ensure that perhaps if we're flying.
Crew Prime, welcome in, Raiders. We're just watching the International Space Station departing from, or the watching Dragon, Crew 9 departing from the International Space Station. How was the stream today? What were we up to? Thank you so much for joining in.
And fun fact, actually, the International Space Station will be celebrating 25 years of continuous human presence this November. So if you are younger than 25 years old, you have never known a day in your life where there was not a human being living and working aboard the International Space Station.
You know, Jalopy, one day we're going to be saying that.
Amazing step forward for human exploration in space.
It's going to be a hard watch.
And with that, we're going to check back in with Rob Navius at the Johnson Space Center one more time. Go ahead, Rob.
Crank his volume.
Thank you, Sandra. You mentioned that continuous presence on board the International Space Station. We are approaching the point of the approach ellipsoid exit, which will mark the end of integrated operations with the International Space Station and the flight control team here in Houston.
Shining Force 2, nice.
7 crew members representing 3 nations. Alexei Ovchinin, the station commander, and his Roscosmos colleagues Ivan Wagner and Kirill Peskov, Anne McLean, Nicole Ayers, and Don Pettit of NASA, and Takoya Onishi of the Japan Aerospace Exploration Agency. Ovchinin, Wagner, and Pettit are next up to depart the station on April 19th. They are scheduled
Replay on an emulator or on the Switch.
Kazakhstan and a parachute-assisted landing on April 19th U.S. time, April 20th in Kazakhstan. Before that happens, another NASA astronaut, Johnny Kim, along with 2 Roscosmos,
I want to send to the moon orbit. First of all,
as that continuous presence of researchers
cost way too much.
International Space Station continues unbroken. Sandra?
Steam Sega emulator, nice.
And thank you so much, Rob, for that update. We really
I
appreciate
might bust out a little Shining Force if it's on Switch.
as you spent your evening in Mission Control Houston. Again, we are continuing to get these views following Dragon's undocking from the International Space Station. 5 p.m. Pacific time. That sets us up for a splashdown tomorrow afternoon at 2:57 p.m. Pacific time off the coast of Florida. And so we did mention that the crew was busy with a lot of science and research investigations during their time on board the International Space Station. That really is the whole point of the International Space Station.
Zapfino, let me know which color red you'd like.
Eventually leading to longer duration missions to the moon and then on to Mars.
Thank you very much for the resub.
Of course, standing by for any further communications from Crew 9 on board Dragon Freedom at this time. But it's a great opportunity for us to comment on some of the amazing science that Crew 9 conducted while they were on board the station. In total, Crew 9 completed more than 150 experiments, conducting over 900 hours of research. Following their splashdown,
Number 10, all right.
some of those time-sensitive experiments will be among the first offloaded off the capsule and then returned to various research facilities across the country so that the science can continue.
And in addition to that science, they also completed a few spacewalks, one of which was to actually swab the outside of the International Space Station for microorganisms to see if anything might potentially be able to survive the harsh environment of space, which is pretty interesting. Another one was a spacewalk to remove a radio frequency group, or the RFG. NASA astronaut Sunny Williams was able to successfully remove that, which was a big milestone for NASA. And as you mentioned, over 530 hours specifically dedicated to NASA science between NASA astronauts Butch Wilmore and Sunny Williams. So that just goes to show the great use that the microgravity lab has for science and research on the ground.
I still can't get over that fact that you shared that it has been almost 25 years of continuous operation on board the ISS. That's amazing.
Yes, over 270
Station
people.
on 2 for PMA 3 closeout photos.
Go ahead, Ann.
I just downlinked the card with all of the PMA 3 and IDA and Dragon Hatch photos, as well as Crew 9 departure. Those are on SSC 17.
Bumping you. Hey, how's it going? Thanks for the raid. Appreciate it. Eclipse can survive.
17. I did a whole cell series of kind of inspection mission documentation photos before departure, and then a series after departure per the instructions. So 2 different folders with before and after photos.
We copy.
Like, wow, they have people that are comfortable speaking.
The voice of NASA astronaut Anne McClain, who is still on board the International Space Station, stepping through procedures with the ground to wrap up after undocking, taking some photography of the hatch that the team on the ground will inspect, make sure everything checks out just fine. So we are awaiting the confirmation that Crew Dragon Freedom has exited the approach ellipsoid. We're expecting that here in just a couple of seconds here, really. So we might hear that call out here shortly.
And again, if you're just joining us, the approach ellipsoid is a 3-dimensional ellipsoid measuring 4 kilometers by 2 kilometers by 2
I wonder about that, Lila.
The same family as the keep out sphere. One of the key differences with the AE is that vehicles outside...
Or is it like concentration is elsewhere and they're just kind of relaying the information but still watching 9 other things?
...would not cross into the approach ellipsoid for at least 24 hours again, even if it lost all maneuvering.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
That's exactly right. So we'll continue to stand by for that. Now, you may be wondering
how we doing?
what the crew be doing during their 17-hour phasing. You did hear the call out earlier that they have to go
phasing.
take off their spacesuits. So they'll get settled in, have the opportunity to have a meal, and try and get some sleep before their targeted splashdown off the coast of Florida tomorrow afternoon at 2:57 p.m. Pacific time tomorrow afternoon. So we are looking forward to seeing them splash down off the coast of Florida tomorrow. So continuing to stand by for that approach ellipsoid exit. Should be hearing the call out any moment now. And that will really end the portion of integrated operations between the space station, Dragon, Hawthorne, Mission Control, and Mission Control Houston as well.
Freedom, SpaceX on the Big Loop. Dragon has now exited the approach ellipsoid and is on a 24-hour safe free drift path. Please make sure that comm is configured for Dragon to ground.
Being outside gravity that long and then back in it. Some astronauts have noted that you feel the weight of your tongue.
SpaceX Freedom on Dragon to ground. Understand we're altitude approach. Ellipsoid, 24-hour free.
So that's just one of the many things that have been relayed from when they return to Earth and just
There both from
how
and
you regain your equilibrium.
And again, we did hear confirmation that Dragon Freedom has now exited the approach ellipsoid, or AE, which is that imaginary shape that's 3-dimensional ellipsoid measuring 4 kilometers by 2 kilometers by 2 kilometers in the same family as the keep out sphere. So one of the key differences with the AE is that vehicles outside of it have to be on what we call that 24-hour safe free drift trajectory. This means that the spacecraft would not cross into the approach ellipsoid for at least 24 hours, again, even if it lost all maneuvering.
Just tell us worst case scenario.
Part of the International Space Station. As Sandra mentioned, it will take them about 17 hours until they make their way back to Earth. So the crew is currently settling, as Sandra mentioned, for a little bit of dinner, or maybe get their suits off before they take some time to rest before returning to Earth. Dragon is, of course, targeted to splash down off the coast of Florida tomorrow at 5:57 p.m. Eastern, 2:57 p.m. Pacific on March 18th, followed by the crew getting picked up at sea by a SpaceX recovery vessel. As they rest up, our teams here will continue to keep an eye on the weather to ensure a safe return for Dragon and our Crew 9 astronauts.
And though our coverage here in Hawthorne today is wrapping up for now, we will turn it over to the NASA team in Houston to take us through the next phases of the Crew 9 mission. Our friends at the Johnson Space Center will provide continuous live audio-only coverage along Crew 9's journey home until we rejoin tomorrow. You can find the audio-only link by visiting nasa.gov/live and clicking the mission audio link, or by searching for NASA Mission Audio Live Feed on YouTube at go.nasa.gov/live ISS.
Meanwhile, we'll rejoin
Sounds oddly comforting.
visual coverage starting roughly 1 hour prior to splashdown at 1:45 p.m. Pacific. As always, you can find mission updates on X at NASA at SpaceX and on the web at nasa.gov. Thanks so much for watching. We'll see you and our Crew 9 astronauts soon.
Yeah, just kind of listening to the audio. Yeah, just having the audio. I don't know why. It's just intriguing just to kind of hear what little bits of info is relayed, you know. So for tomorrow or later today, I'm gonna try to do my darndest to be ready for a stream as soon as I'm done over there. Imagine the family feels listening to loved ones coming home, right? You used to like listening to police scanners. Fascinating. You think they have the radio playing Space Oddity? It's just always on loop. That's why they want to get back as fast as they can. So with they said their burn begins at 5:17 or 5:11 p.m. and for that re-entry burn, and then we'll tune in for splashdown, and we'll watch that coverage as well. It's been one of those things where we've just been from one thing to another for this whole cycle of watching Crew 10 take off from Kennedy Space Center, go to the International Space Station, now seeing Crew 9, and the fact that we now see Wilmore and Williams coming back after the 287 days in space, which was meant to be like a week tops. So that's an exciting time to maybe put it mildly. But then again, it's the question that come up: are they getting paid overtime? No, they're not. It's just their regular. It's like the regular salary. It's their job to. It's a job to be astronauts, and they're prepared for the mission. And yes, Zapfino Dog, Zap, thank you very, very much for the 6 months and the Prime sub. Hundreds of thousands of other streams where you could use your Prime sub and use it here, and I thank you very, very, very much. Pardon me. I can't wait for someone to DoorDash something to the ISS. I mean, this thing's Baron Knight's version of Space Oddity. How's that one go? There you go, Zapfino Dog. Thank you very, very much for the Prime sub and claiming you're a stud. Thank you very, very much. All right, that is 1:30, and thank you very much. Thank you. I said billions of streamers on at any given moment. Quadrillions of streamers on the Twitch platform. You use the Prime sub here. Thank you. So there's a chance tomorrow we have clear skies, but because we're going to be starting at 5, there is some time in between. So we have some stuff to do. We can continue the last little bit of our bag. We will also continue with our do a little bit more with our collectible minifigures for the Dungeons and Dragons, get those ready for the base plate. And then like I say, if the clouds are going to be rolling in, then we continue with this and then the super the NES tomorrow. American Chris Hansen, thank you very, very much for joining in. Have a wonderful evening. I kept you up too late. But it's been for the things that we were able to share, and again, like coming full circle with these missions and watching Wilmore and Williams return to Earth finally. Awesome to see. So that's tomorrow 5:57 for splashdown. We're going to start as soon as possible after 5 o'clock, and we'll kind of have a different time frame for the stream tomorrow. I'll note that down in our schedule on Discord, so we'll keep that all updated. A reminder for 2 months from yesterday, we'll be joining Bricks O'Brien, Bricking Together, Zach M. Rutledge, Brick and Nick, and more for the Kickstarter finale and the Mario Kart build party for that fun-filled afternoon on a Saturday. So more details as they arrive, but we got a bit of time before that Mario Kart set is released. A lot of us we're all very, very excited for it, and looking forward to seeing how Lego put together this build. Super excited to see. So yeah, if all goes in any way, shape, or form of some kind of plan, there's a lot going on tomorrow. A lot of stuff. I thank y'all very much for joining in this evening, and a massive thank you to all of our raiding parties tonight. Our True Prime, Ogthanon, DJ Umine, Lila Rose Live, Detector, and Disco Duck, Bricks O'Brien, bringing the raids over, as well as Actual Education. Thank you all very, very much for choosing us as your raid target and trusting this community with your community and our interminglings of communities. But thank you. Greatly appreciate it for all the choices we have on stream. All the places you can go. Choosing ours. But thank you. So, let us go over and say hi to
Eve.
Let's go over to when you're trying to think and it hurts too much. Which way do we go? Sadiqa, you're very welcome. Thank you all very, very much for joining in. Copy these raid messages down. Thank you. Those that are subscribed, use the Raidentators. Those that are not subscribed, we got you covered with Carl Sagan in our pale blue dot. Yes, you typically vamp by saying, I was told there would be no math. No, we don't always need the math. No, we shan't. All right, we talked about let's pile on. Let's pile on and go say hello to Amish Ace, doing some charity streams. We pick on him for his Lego backlog and the fact that he is building a brand new set and everything else in the storage room is gathering dust and looking with big giant puppy dog eyes at him. Like, why don't you build me? Well, you see, you're not a T-Rex. So let's go say hello over to Amish Ace, raising money for Starlight Children's Foundation, and has been doing a fantastic amount of work with Starlight, and always a pleasure to be able to send you guys over to Amish Ace. A lot of fun, and as always, we're not spoiling any raids, but if you do get left behind, this is where we're heading. This is where we're going. So copy the raid message, be prepared to go over to Amish Ace. I thank you all so much. He has ditched all he's back to like 18 plus for everything, so all the all it probably fall out of his face. But thank you all very, very much for joining in, and a massive thank you to those that have subscribed, resubscribed, shared bits, gifted subs, been your amazingly awesome selves. Jadam Prime, thank you very much for joining in. Oh, my innocent ears. Yeah, they're so innocent. I appreciate y'all joining in. It has been a wonderful, wonderful evening and a fantastic early morning. So we're back as close to 5 p.m. Eastern time tomorrow as possible, and watching Crew 9 make splashdown back in the Gulf of Mexico. And we'll do some more Lego and some more astronomy and maybe some clear skies. We'll see. Until then, let's get you guys over to Amish Ace. Amish _____ Ace. Show me all the cowgirls. I want to see all them cowgirls. Let's go. He's back to 18 plus because he's not catering to kids. 12 underscores, all the underscores. Think of every underscore you've seen in your life, and that belongs to Amish Ace. Thank you all so much. Hope you had a wonderful, wonderful day today. Always a pleasure to host you and share some images of outer space. We had a first with some of our images tonight, and I look forward to improving our images as much as possible to show you as much of the wonders of the cosmos as we can. So until tomorrow, or a little later today, I have been Tom. I am the Astro Canuck. I'm not here to change the world, I'm here to share the universe. Have a very good morning, a very good evening, a very good afternoon, wherever you may be, and we will see you all real soon. My absolute pleasure. 169 raiders. Eclipse is happy. Let's go. Full send. All of them. All the everything. Give it all you got. Girls, have a wonderful evening. Eclipse, take good care. Karen Day, thank you so much. CMA, greatly appreciate all the work our mods do. Off to Amish Ace we go. I didn't copy the raid message.
Dude, what the fuck is this bullshit? My upload is fucking garbage.